A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs, radio's most lovable family, brought to you by the makers of Oxidol. But first, are you disappointed in your washing machine? You find it's not getting your clothes as really clean and white as you thought it would? Many women have this experience and usually blame the machine without reason. For remember this, even the best of machines can only agitate the clothes. Proper removal of dirt, washing out, depends largely on the soap you use. If your soap doesn't give thick, rich suds, but take all the dirt out and hold it out in the water until the washing's rinsed, the clothes come out dingy and gray. That's why women everywhere say the soap to use in washing machines is Oxidol, because it gives more and longer-lasting suds than ordinary soap. Tests show that 1 cupful of Oxidol makes as much rich, lively suds as 3 cupfuls of other soaps tested, well-known granulated soaps included. In other words, you use just 1/3 as much soap to get the same amount of suds. What's more, these Oxidol suds take out even deeply embedded dirt and hold it out. Just run your hand through the water and you'll see what I mean. You can feel the difference. You know that here's a soap that goes down into the very pores of the clothes to get at the dirt. And that never lets dirt drop back into clothes because the suds stay alive. As a result, clothes washed in Oxidol come 4 to 5 shades whiter than less energetic soaps can get them. It's the most amazing soap development of recent years, made under a patented process, which means no other single soap works exactly the way Oxidol does. Change to Oxidol today if your machine isn't living up to expectations. You'll notice how much whiter your clothes come first time you use it. Don't fail to get a box the next time you go to the store. You'll always be glad you did. And now, the Goldbergs. The townspeople of Lastonbury face a crisis today. It's their last opportunity to buy up the option on the Lastonbury Mill, and so far, they've been unable to raise the necessary money. The fund collected by the women by selling flower seeds would be enough, but the women refuse to give it up. Meanwhile, at the Goldberg home, the crisis in little Rosalie's illness has arrived. Molly and Uncle David are waiting outside.
Stop, Porter. Stop. Lay down, Porter. Lay down. Fine Passover, huh, Dave?
Molly, please. Where's Jake?
Where's Jake? Sorry. Waiting for the doctor to come out of Rosaliell's room. David, she's sick. Sicker than I know even. I'm afraid, David.
Molly, please. Please.
David, Emily, the doctor said...
The doctor said. There's got to, Molly. He's got something to say, too. Ma, please.
What is the doctor doing in there so long? What?
Don't go in, Molly, please.
Oh, again the phone.
You sit there, Ma. I'll take it.
Oh.
Hello? Yes? Yes, Miss Wilberforce?
Oh, me, I can't, Emily, darling. I can't speak on the phone.
Yes. Well, the doctor's here now, Miss Wilberforce. No, my mother can't come over. Well, we don't know yet. No. That's all right. Uh-huh. Yes, all right. Where you going, Molly?
I want to see what Jake is doing. What takes so long?
Yes.
What takes so long?
All right. Yeah. Goodbye. What is it, Sammy? Huh? Oh, they're having a meeting. All the women are over at Martha Wilberforce's house. Well, what are they going to do? Give the money from the ladies' fund to the mill? Well, that's what they're having a meeting about now.
Well, Doctor, please come in. Don't go yet. Don't go yet, Doctor, please. I want to hear more than just one word, Doctor, please.
Well,
waiting.
Waiting for what, Doctor?
Can't you do anything, Doctor? Maybe we should
We're not waiting with our hands folded. We're waiting to help.
Waiting to help?
Yes, Mrs. Goldberg. It's the crisis.
Oh.
People, and that means doctors too, can only go so far. And that's as far as we did go.
What do you mean, Doctor?
Doctor? Oh, please.
We've done everything we could do for Rosie. And now we have to wait. It's up to her.
Up to her? You mean there's nothing you can do to help her?
Not over this part. She's got to help herself. She's got to be strong with the desire to get better.
Oh.
In every man's body, there are two forces, and they're both very powerful. One of them wants to make you give in, let go, drift down and away. It's called catabolism. It's the running down of energy, the breaking up of cells in the blood and in the body. When everything moves that way.
What, Doctor?
But there's another force, too. It's called...
I don't care what it's called, Doctor.
Oh, please.
What's happening to Rosie, Doctor?
We have to wait.
Molly, please. It's the crisis. You have to wait.
How long?
Just as soon as we... But where's your faith, folks? I've been a doctor long enough to know that faith cuts right across science. Everything I've seen and learned in my life has taught me to trust God for everything I haven't seen and don't know.
Doctor, you don't think we should...
We've given Rosie the best chance we could. Now we've got to wait. I'll be back a little later. You have a very competent nurse, and she has her instructions. Goodbye.
Well, I'll take her to the door.
Goodbye, Doctor. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Hello? Hello? Yes? Yes? Yes. Well...
Hello, Sammy. I just saw the doctor leaving. Yes. All right. All right. Well, I hope everything's all right. If there's anything I can do, all right. Goodbye. They're just waiting now. It's the crisis.
Oh, Martha, you be thinking...
Oh, I don't want to think about it that way.
I guess Mrs. Goldberg can't come over then.
No, she couldn't even come to the phone. Well, we'll have to decide this thing for ourselves. Are we going to take this lady's fund money and put it in the mill or not?
But the money is ours to do what we like with, Martha. And I think...
Oh, there's someone at the door. Wait a minute. I'll go. I hope Rosie will get better. She's such a nice little girl.
I just came over because my mother couldn't come.
Are things so bad, Sammy?
Well, we're waiting. It's the crisis. The doctor said that, well, after a certain point, no one can help her. Only herself. And we're waiting to see if she will.
Oh, she will.
She will. She's got to.
Oh, yes.
And you have to, too. You ladies, you think you're not part of this town. You think the town's one thing and you and your families are something else. Maybe I'm not the one to be saying these things, but somebody has to. You've got your little fund, and you're holding on to it as if it would be any help if everything went smash. Well, a town's not just a lot of different people with different interests. It's one thing. That mill doesn't open, town will go smash. So will you right along with it. It's a crisis now. And if every part of the body doesn't fight and help, then the town's going to die. Each day, it's going to get shabbier and older and more broken down. One by one, you'll have to go away, separate, go off, defeated, finished. But don't you see, if the mill opens up, then we'll have a chance. We'll be able to go on. You ladies have got to take that money you have and put it into the mill. Give it a chance to fight on. Give the town a chance. The best chance. The way Rosie got the best chance.
But suppose the mill fails?
Can't you see? Today is the day. If you don't give the money, then the mill's failed even before it's been opened. Because it never will open. And that means the same thing as if it opened and then failed. What you're saying to yourself is, let the town die. Maybe we can save a little bit for ourselves. But you're fooling yourselves. You'll leave the best part of your lives here if that mill doesn't open.
But where's our security for ourselves and our children?
Security? Security for what? There'll be nothing to look forward to. That's when people die in a crisis. When there's no future. And they don't want one. Why don't you give yourselves a chance to have a future? Or you'll have nothing. Nothing left but a past.
And so, while Sammy continues his fight to convince the women of Glastonbury that unless they give up their security fund temporarily, there can be no security, the family await the outcome of Rosaliell's illness. They've done everything possible to save her. Her last shot depends on the will of God. We leave the Goldbergs until Monday, the same time. You know, many women thought they were using the best washing machine soap, then tried Oxidol, and now use nothing else. They find it's quieter washing, faster washing, and costs less to use than their old favorite soap. As measured scientifically by the tintometer, Oxidol gets clothes 4 to 5 shades whiter than ordinary soap. It cuts washing time 25 to 40%, whether the machine is old or new, and saves money every time you use it. Tests show that 1 cupful of Oxidol makes as much rich, lively suds as 3 cupfuls of less energetic soap, which means, in other words, it goes farther, lasts longer, does more work cup for cup. So even if you're convinced you're using the best washing machine soap now, why not try Oxidol? You'll know then why thousands of women change to it every day. Be sure to have a box on hand Monday. It's the new, improved soap for your machine. And don't fail to hear the Goldbergs Monday. Will the mill open? And will Rosalie win her fight against death? Until Monday the same time, this is Ray Saunders saying goodbye for the makers of Oxidol.
The Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Where are you going over Labor Day weekend, Tony?
Well, Casey, I haven't any plans particularly.
But everyone goes to see somebody over a Labor Day weekend. Everybody.
Oh, I know, Ethelbert. I'm waiting for them.
You mean everybody will come to see you?
Excellent deduction, Casey.
Yeah, but why should the whole world be to pass to your door?
Why? I work for Anchor Hawking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Hideout. Night. A street of old houses. Unpainted, unkempt, dirty-looking houses. A man and woman hurry along the street, watchful, furtive. In a shadowed doorway of one of the houses, they halt, and the man knocks quickly and softly. From inside the door...
Who's there?
The guy who phoned you an hour ago. Ed Bagley's pal.
Okay. I'll open up.
Be quick about it.
I'm being quick. Hey, why the rods?
Just want to be sure who you are, mister.
You've come to the right house. My name's Bliss. The guys call me Creepy.
You fit the description I got. Get inside, Doris.
Okay. Close that door quick.
And lock it, Creepy.
You don't have to tell me my business. Oh. So you're tough Luke Davis. And wife.
Yeah.
Nice clean getaway you pulled after heisting that bank for $100,000, according to what I read in the papers.
If the getaway'd been clean, we'd have been out of this town by now, not here.
Don't worry. Old Creepy will hide you out. Got a nice room upstairs for you.
I hope it's better than what I see down here and what I smell.
Yeah. Don't you ever open a window?
Neighbors and cops might see and hear things through open windows. Besides, I don't like drafts. They're bad for my cough. Come on, I'll take you upstairs.
Come on, Doris.
What I done?
You don't like it, sister? You don't have to stay. Hey, you two are traveling light. Nothing but that little satchel for both of you?
Did you expect us to show up here with a couple of trunks after what you read in the papers?
No, but the 100 G's you got from that bank should make quite a bundle. In a big suitcase, maybe. I'm wondering if you lost.
We didn't lose it.
You got it hid away, huh?
Well hid.
Yeah. Sure you brought enough dough with you to pay my rate?
You'll get yours. Where's this room you got?
Yeah, I'm tired climbing.
Here's the room.
Oh, look, it's worse than those crummy ones downstairs.
Stinks.
Got a good strong door on it and heavy bolts. Also, it's an easy jump from that window onto the next roof. But more important, old Creepy's never bothered by the cops. They don't know he runs a hideout. They think he's just a poor, sick old man.
Well, the joint looks safe, Doris. Anyway, we're stuck with it till the heat dies down. How much, Creepy?
$1,000 a week.
What?
You lousy robber.
2 guys were killed in that bank holdup. 2 Davises are wanted for murder.
Okay. $1,000 a week.
Payable in advance.
Give it to the rat, Luke.
Here's your G.
Meals is extra.
What?
Of course, you can go out to the restaurant if you want to take the chance.
How much for meals?
It depends on how expensive your tastes are. Folks with 100 G's stashed away will naturally want the best.
Yeah, we get it. But be careful, Creepy. I'm a guy who explodes under pressure. Don't put it on too hard.
2 weeks in this crummy joint, Luke. Cost us nearly $4,000.
Yeah. $25 a piece for the lousy horse meat he calls steaks, $2 a bottle for beer that cost him 2 for a quarter, and $1 for a 5-cent newspaper. I'm fed up.
So am I. Most of all, I'm fed up with this dirty, stinking room. What's the use? We're stuck, and we got to make the best.
I'm not so sure of that.
Huh?
I've been thinking, babe.
About what?
Hand me that nail file, will you? I could get a decent manicure.
Nuts with the manicures. What's on your mind?
Hand me the nail file, I said.
Okay. Here. Now, what do you
I'm thinking about us leaving here.
For where?
Another hideout.
We don't know any others in this town. We don't stand a chance of getting out of town yet.
I just remembered what another con told me when I was in stir. There's a guy who runs a big hideout racket here, Doris, and he treats red hots right.
Why didn't we go to him in the first place?
I tell you, I just remembered his name. I'm going to get hold of him on the phone downstairs and make arrangements. He'll send a right car to pick us up. He'll do everything.
Then this rat Creepy sees himself losing the dough we've been dishing out, and he tips off the cops. He'll figure who this other hideout guy is, Lou.
Creepy won't have any chance to figure.
You mean...
Well, my nails ain't bad, but wish I could get a real manicure.
He's sure been asking for.
I'd say he has.
He's coming upstairs bringing that hoochie water.
Yeah. He's going to make us a present of it.
No noisy shoot.
Of course not.
Open up, Davis. I brought your whiskey.
Okay, Creepy.
Come in, Mr. Bliss.
Oh, thanks. Good stuff I got you. One of the best blends on the market. You owe me $100 for the bottle.
No, Creepy. That bottle's on the house.
What do you mean? Hey, fire that gun.
I'm bending this gat over your head.
Oh, don't.
Chiseling rat. Loud as chiseling rat.
Let him have a penny, Luke.
He's had it plenty.
You sure he's finished? You don't want him talking.
He'll never talk to anyone again. Go through his clothes and find the dough we paid out to him while I go downstairs to his phone and make a deal for a real hideout.
You better open a window down there and let in some fresh air.
Yeah. I'll be glad to get out of this smelly place.
Our story will continue in just a moment. The time has come, the sponsor says, to talk of beer and ale.
For brewery taste and purity, for goodness without fail.
Use glass to keep the flavor right, for glass will never fail.
That's it. Glass and glass alone brings you beer and ale as it ought to taste.
Right. Glass bottles and glass bottles only can bring you beer and ale as it comes from the brewery, unaffected by any foreign taste or flavor.
And now we have a new kind of bottle.
The Anchor Glass one-way bottle.
It requires no deposit.
No return to the store.
When it's empty, dispose of it as you would any food container.
It saves space in the icebox.
It's a natural for picnic.
Easy to open, easy to drink from.
It's always in good taste.
And it protects that real brewery flavor.
As only glass can protect it.
Yes. The revolutionary new Anchor Glass one-way no-deposit bottle is sweeping America. For perfect flavor, demand beer in glass bottles. For extra convenience, demand your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way no-deposit bottle, a product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
The body of his character, Creepy Bliss, was found this morning because a cop was very observant, Miss Williams. I'd like you to mention that in your paper.
Well, don't I always put in a good word for you cops, Captain Logan? When I had the opportunity.
Yeah, the trouble is, Logan, you guys give us so few opportunities.
That comedy, Casey, is strictly Joe Miller.
Okay, pal. Well, what did your observant cop observe?
And a downstairs window was open. Bliss never opened one, summer or winter.
Oh, that's why this joint smells like a glue factory.
Yeah. Well, the cop was familiar with Bliss's habits, investigated the open window, and found Bliss with his head bashed in. Otherwise, the murder might have gone undiscovered for weeks.
When was his head bashed in?
About 10 o'clock last night.
The idea who did the bashing?
We're sure Luke Davis did it.
Davis?
You mean the bandit who held up the bank 2 weeks ago?
He and his Marl Doris had obviously been hiding out here. They found their fingerprints all over the room where Bliss was beaten to death.
Well, then Bliss ran a hideout, eh?
That's the picture, Casey. And he ran it pretty smart. The cops never had him under suspicion. He ran it so smart that apparently the gang in control of the hideout racket here wasn't wise to him.
He wasn't a member of the gang?
I don't think so.
I've heard just one guy bosses the hideouts in this town.
That's my dope in the situation.
Well, you've never been able to learn much about the hideout boss, have you, Logan?
No, he's the toughest of all racketeers to find out about, Miss Williams, because he's the one crook other crooks don't squeal on.
Yeah, for the very good reason, Annie, that every crook figures that he himself will need a hideout eventually. He wants to be on good terms with the guys who can provide it.
Now, Luke Davis and his girlfriend probably made a connection with the big hideout operator before they left here last night. Luke left some fingerprints on the telephone.
Well, there's no way of tracing the call he made.
Miss Williams, only amateur detectives in crime fiction can trace local calls when a phone isn't tapped. The phone companies can't do it, and neither can we poor professional cops.
So Luke Davis and his wife have made another getaway.
Yeah. And we probably won't catch up with them until they figure it's safe to come out of hiding and try to blow town.
Well, if they could be found right away, it'd be front-page stuff. And big.
I'm so sorry I can't oblige you two with something immediate.
You've found nothing that might be a possible lead to where the Davises went from here?
Not a thing.
Oh, you know you can tell us about holdouts, Captain. We keep them strictly off the record.
I'm not holding out anything on you, Miss Williams. You've heard all I've learned about this thing.
Of course, you've been in touch with Barney Rubin, huh?
Oh, sure. I got nothing from him.
Well, now, who's Barney Rubin?
Well, Annie, altogether off the record. He runs a joint on the west side called Barney's Bar. It's a crook hangout, and when Barney hears interesting things, he passes them along to Logan and a few other guys that he trusts.
Ah, a stool pigeon.
Well, more a undercover guy, I'd say. Barney never's been a crook himself.
That we know of.
I don't know. I've always figured him on the level, pal.
Well, he's been very helpful at times.
Well, if he's not a crook himself, how come crooks trust
Well,
him?
Barney's brother, you see, Annie, was a big-time racketeer. And he and his mob used Barney's bar as a hangout. The brother was cut in two by machine gun slugs in one of those sweet gang double crossings 5 or 6 years ago, and well, Barney turned very sour on old gunmen. Outwardly, though, he remained on good terms with the cookies that he'd met through his brother's connections, but on the QT, he's done him a lot of harm.
Now, this is strictly off the record, Miss Williams, and you forget you heard it.
Sure, Captain Logan. Well, let's get back to the paper, Casey. We've got everything here there is to get.
Yeah. See you later, Logan.
Okay.
So long, Captain.
So long, Miss Williams.
Well, Annie, I'll drop you off the office. Leave these pictures I took with Tate in my department.
Oh, where are you going?
Well, nailing Davis and his moll will make a big yarn, Annie, if it breaks soon. So, before some other newspaper mug gets the idea, I'm going to see Barney and make a deal for an exclusive tip if he hears some interesting information.
Casey, I ain't heard a word about Luke Davis and his moll, and I don't expect to hear any. Them red hots is from out of town, you know, when the mobs around here ain't acquainted with them.
Yeah, well, what I'm asking you, Barney, is this, see? If you hear anything, let me have it first, see? At the same time that you pass it to the cops, I mean, before other newspapers can get it. You know, I always return the favors that you do me.
Sure, I know. Yeah, I might have been bumped off a couple of times if you hadn't persuaded certain wrong G's that I wasn't a student.
Yeah.
I give you tips and you do me favors.
That's right. Well, do we play it that way again?
Why not? But like I say, I can't hope for a thing on them two Davis red hots.
Well, your interview with Barney doesn't sound too promising, Casey.
Oh, he'll tip me if he hears anything, Annie. Guy in his spot needs guys like me to front for him sometimes.
Well, I'd hate to be in his spot. Running with crooks and hunting with cops is playing the hard way.
Yeah, I'll say. Annie, here comes Ethelbert. We can't talk about Barney, even to him.
Hello, Casey. Hello, Miss Williams.
Hi, pal.
Evening, Ethelbert.
Excuse me, I was busy up at the other end of the bar. Well, what's new, Casey?
Casey and I have been working on that hideout murder.
I've been reading about it. The cops are sure Luke Davis and his wife did the job.
Yeah, it's open and shut.
Why do you suppose they killed the guy who'd been hiding them out?
Well, those hideout rats are always greedy, Ethelbert. My hunch is that Creepy Bliss piled up the charges until Davis got sore and worked him over.
From what I hear about Davis, he always got sore when he was overcharged. A waiter I know who comes from the same town as Davis was in a while ago, and he was telling me about it.
Huh? Few people in this town know Davis. What did he tell you?
Only what I've said, that the guy added up his tab very careful and made a big squawk if the charge was a dime or so too much.
This guy knew Davis well. I'd kind of like to talk to him.
Yeah, he might give us some angle, Casey.
Well, he didn't know Davis well, just waited on him occasionally. Anyway, I don't know where you could find this waiter. He's only an acquaintance. I don't even know his last name.
Oh, you don't? Well, the thought. Say, slip us a pack of cigarettes, will you, Ethelbert?
Okay. This waiter said Davis had a very annoying habit, aside from adding up a check too careful. He ruined menus.
What?
Ruined menus?
Yeah. Seems he's a bug on keeping his nails manicured, and they was always razor sharp. He'd run one of them nails over the menu to mark each item he wanted, and He cut the paper almost clear through so the menu couldn't be used again for other customers.
Oh, interesting, but unhelpful.
Yeah. How about those cigarettes, huh?
Gee, I almost forgot. Here, Casey.
Thanks, Doc. Thanks.
This way it said Davis ruined phone books the same way.
What, phone books?
You underline the numbers he was going to call.
As Annie.
Casey.
His nails was also hard on tablecloths and napkins. Where you going?
Back to Creepy Bliss's joint. You've given us a tip, pal.
And thanks a million.
Oh, that's all right. What'd I do?
Hey, maybe Ethelbert's given you and Miss Williams something, Casey. The notation on Davis's police record about his sharply manicured nails.
And you're sure he made a call from here last night to arrange for a new hideout, huh?
Yeah, we found fresh prints of his on the phone.
Well, where's the phone book, Captain Logan?
On the table beside the phone. His prints are on the book.
Well, let's go through that book.
All right, now.
Ethelbert's waiter friend said that Davis's nails cut almost through the paper where he underlined things, Captain. So his mark should be easy to spot.
I'll find it if it's here. I'm taking the book page by page.
All right, well, now, ripple through it first. We may save time that way.
We'll see. Fallon, Amherst, Austin. All right, PAs. Now these. Abbott, Aiken, Baker, Sandberger.
Logan, wait a minute. Huh? There it is, Logan.
Ah, deep nail mark under a name and number.
Look at that name and number, Casey.
Holy.
It's Barney's bar.
But, Barney.
But both of you told me that this Barney was in with the cops.
Looks like we were wrong, Miss Williams.
Yeah, buddy.
Sergeant, take this book and go over it page by page. If you find any other marks like this, let me know.
Yes, sir. I don't think you'll find any more, Logan.
Neither do I.
Playing ball with you cops, as it seemed, gave Barney a nice cover-up, didn't it?
And we fell for it because now and then he did give us the real lowdown on wanted crooks.
Logan, thinking back, those crooks never had any dough when Barney turned them in.
Well, he took all they had for hiding them, and then
put them on the spot, Annie. Sometimes collecting a cash reward for doing it in addition to the goodwill of saps like Logan and yours truly.
We went out of our way to protect the rats. They keep better rats from getting wise to them.
How are you going to handle them, pal?
I know how I'd like to handle them.
Well, I'd love to see you do it just that way, but...
Yeah, sure. Nail marks, no evidence. And if I bring Barney in for questioning, I tip my hand.
You squirm out from under.
And not only that, the Davises might be warned and get away.
Say, Logan, Barney might be persuaded to lead us to the Davises. And at the same time, cook himself.
Oh, Barney's smart and careful. He lets little guys do his contact.
Yeah, maybe not with red hots who've gotten away with $100 grand. I think Barney takes a deep personal interest in that kind of moolah. You figure the Davises are carrying that dough with them?
No, I doubt it. Experienced crooks like the Davises don't trust other crooks. They know they're at the mercy of a hideout proprietor. I think they managed to bury the dough somewhere.
That may turn the trick.
I don't get you.
No, neither do I.
Hideout landlords are greedy guys, Annie. $100 grand is a lot of dough, and there's no honor among thieves.
Talk straight.
All right, how's this? I'm going to call on Barney. I've done him favors in exchange for tips he's given me. All right, tonight I'll hand him a tip and hope he does me the favor of falling for it. Is that straight enough?
Casey.
Not the double talk.
Talk, house.
I didn't expect to see you again today, Casey.
Well, I just dropped in on the chance you might have something for me, Barney.
Not a thing, fella. I told you there wasn't much hope I'd get the lowdown on them Davises.
Yeah. Well, I thought maybe, you know. I got a little new dope on them after I left you this afternoon.
Yeah?
Yeah, this is strictly confidential, Barney. I could only spill it to a guy who's aces with the cops, you know.
Well, you know how I stand with them.
Yeah, sure.
What's your dope? Not that it'll mean anything to me.
Well, Captain Logan tipped me that he has definite proof that the Davises are hiding out with all of that $100 grand on them.
On them?
Yeah. Didn't have time to stash it away before they went to Creepy Bliss's joint.
$100 grand is a lot of dough. Must fill a big suitcase, huh?
Yeah, it might. But a lot of folding money can be carried in a guy's clothes, Barney, and a lot more under a woman's dress.
That's so.
Look, keep this way under the hat, Barney. If the cookie they're hiding out with knew that dough was right under his nose, well, you can figure it easy.
Yeah. Them Davises would be in a real bad spot if the hideout operator knew.
That's right. Fortunately, of course, nobody knows except you and me and a few cops. Yeah, that's the way it is. Well, I'll be running along, Barney. Maybe you'll have something for me tomorrow. I'll drop in.
Yeah, you might be lucky, Casey. I might have something about them Davises.
Yeah. Well, good night, fella.
Good night.
Barney's getting into his car, Logan.
He's never been known to leave that joint as is until 4 a.m. closing time before.
Oh, this is midnight yet. Looks like Casey's scheme is working.
Yeah. Well, he sure had me over a barrel. He said that dough should fill a suitcase. We don't even know whether Davis would have any baggage with him at all.
His car's starting.
Follow him, Sergeant, and don't lose him.
Okay, Captain.
Now, Casey, we'll find out if your tip to Barney pulls a tail.
Barney's car is pulling into that public garage.
Yeah, I see it,
We followed the guy for half an hour, and all he's been heading for is the garage where he puts his jalopy to bed. Barney lived only a few blocks from here, Casey.
Maybe he got wise. We were tailing him, Logan.
He didn't get wise. Our driver knows his business.
What'll I do now, Captain?
I'll drive out past the garage and park where we can keep an eye on it.
Okay, sir.
If Barney comes out, Martin here will follow him home and keep a watch on him. Even though Casey's big scheme is flopped, I don't want Barney out of sight for a minute.
Well, look, he's out of sight right now, pal.
Huh?
Yeah, the big doors of that garage are wide open. And we passed it just now.
I saw Barney go through a door in the back.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Stop the car, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You'll find out where that door in the back leads to.
Can't lead outside, Logan. The garage is built against a ledge of solid rock.
Yeah, it has 2 stories, Casey.
There may be rooms in that second story, a hideout.
You see any attendants in the garage?
Only one guy. If this is a hideout, he'll be working for Barney.
And all of you stay here. I'll go in and stop him from giving any signal.
I'll go with you.
You stay here.
Right.
More than one guy goes in, the lookout might get wise and pull a fast one before
right.
he stops.
That's right. Okay, you're right, pal. We'll stay behind and watch.
Good evening, friend.
What do you want?
I'm having a little motor trouble. My car's outside. You take a look at it?
This is just a storage garage, mister. We don't do mechanics.
I want to find out what kind of work is done here.
That's what I call a very sweet, fast job of quieting the guy.
You flatter me, Casey. Take care of this log, Martin, and keep him quiet. Sergeant, post the men so no one can get out of this building. I'm going to see what's behind that back door.
Yes, and this time I'm coming along.
I need to.
Well, there's no time to argue. Come on, but be quiet. Well, the door's not locked.
Barney was depending on that lookout.
Stairs going up.
With a door at the top. Now, let's go.
That's the only reason I came up here. That's what I'm trying to tell you, but you don't mind looking.
Yeah, that's Barney's
I
voice.
didn't want to take any chances, so I dropped in to see if you and your missus was comfortable, Davis.
Davis.
I've been in spells that were bigger than this lousy room. Coffins is much smaller than this room.
Nobody's going to put Luke and me in coffins, Barney, not for a long while.
Yeah, it'd be too bad if somebody did, Mrs. Davis. You two ain't got so much to live for. Not much. $100,000. But it's going to be too bad.
Hey, why that Jack?
Got a silencer on it, Luke.
At the door, Casey. Together. Drop that gun, Barney. No. If you wanted that. And don't reach for your gun, Davis.
I got that copper. I'll only reach for this.
Dave! Annie! He's got this million.
In front of me, copper, and I also got my gun. I will shoot it out on terms I like.
Oh, yeah?
Luke?
You dopes always watch the guy with a gat and forget about the guy who hasn't any, Davis. This will teach you to remember.
Oh, Casey.
That's what I call a very sweet, fast job of quieting a guy, Casey.
You flatter me, Wilson.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. On these hot afternoons and evenings, One of the most agreeable sounds is the tinkling of ice cubes in a big frosty pitcher, and the promise of refreshing ice-cold lemonade, iced tea, or delicious fruit juices. How good it tastes, and how wonderful it looks when poured from the new Sunburst Crystal Pitcher. Now, the Sunburst Crystal Pitcher is a radiantly beautiful 2-quart pitcher in the magnificent new kind of crystal the whole country is talking about and admiring. Why, it picks up light like a diamond and scatters it in 1,000 flashing rays. And here's the surprise. You can own one of these magnificent, sparkling Sunburst Crystal Pitchers for only 50 cents. Yes, only 50 cents, or slightly more in distant cities. So look for it tomorrow in the windows and on the counters of the retail stores of America. Sunburst Crystal is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
Hello. Oh, good night, Grace. Oh, say, you forgot your umbrella. Oh, well.
Hello, Ethelbert.
Oh, hello, Casey, Miss Williams. Nice day, ain't it?
Nice. What do you mean, nice? It's pouring.
Oh, Ethelbert, does Grace always affect you that way?
Who? Oh. Not to change the subject, your paper said that hideout case is all cleared up.
Oh, you read it in the Morning Express. It's true.
And the cops even found the $100,000 bankload.
On the Davises, where Casey told Barney it was.
Yeah, that was when I thought I was pulling a fast one.
Oh, Ethelbert. Look who came in the door.
Oh, Grace. Walter, bring the mop.
Prime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Deeks. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
What you are about to hear is real.
4QT clear, KMA 394. 5-6 in service, starting mileage 11,398. 11,398. 1 to 5-6, 10-4, mileage 11,398. 6:09 p.m. Detective Unit 5-6 in service on the night watch.
This is Don Reed, fleet recorder. You're writing in Detective Unit 5-6, just reporting in service on the night watch. The crew, Sergeant Ron Perkins, Detective Jim Ross. Our car, a black sedan, a radio buried in the glove compartment. Looks like any other car on the road. We're in plain clothes. That's overcoats, sport suits. This is Detective Unit 5-6. And while you're with us...
1 to all units. This is a repeat. Be on the lookout for one suspect carrying flash gun or explosive instrument creating disturbance on buses in the vicinity over 25 years, 140 pounds, 6'2" or 3, white overcoat with glass cap. If apprehended, hold for investigation.
That's a repeat.
Will you check in the area of the bus depot for this suspect? 5-6, Roger.
That's a repeat bulletin. Other units have been looking all afternoon for this suspect. Apparently, he has some type of flash instrument and scaring citizens to death on the bus lines here. Anyways, I started to say, while you're with us tonight, remember the people you meet are not actors. You see, this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 5-6, on patrol somewhere in the field, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Here on the street in front of the bus depot, Sergeant Perkins and Ross have gone into the depot looking for a suspect carrying some sort of a flash instrument. And we're being paged on the air. Let's get over to the car.
5-6, code 1.
Five, 6 to 1, go ahead.
5-6, Detective Unit 5-5 is on the northwest corner of Washington and Lincoln. Side door of the bus depot. They have possibly located the suspect you're looking for. They request you meet them there.
5, 6 to 1. We're code 6 on the opposite side of the depot right now. Stand by. Kirk, 5-5 may have located that suspect on the Washington side.
We'll be right there.
Right. 5-6 to Control 1. Will you advise 5-5 that we'll meet them there in just a couple of moments?
1-5-6, 10-4. One Unit 5-5, Detective Unit 5-6 is on the opposite side of the depot. We'll meet you immediately.
Around this corner. Parked at the curb, another one of our detective units. Detective Southwick, Parker. They're watching something or other up here. Oh, I see what they're waiting for. Out of a little side entrance. A tall, thin man in a white plaid cap, burdened down with 2 large carrying cases over each shoulder. Detective's moving in. There's not much question. This is our boy.
What are you doing? Oh, shooting pictures for the Eastern Kodak Company. At night? Yes, sir. I just got a picture on the bus. I just got a picture on the bus. Here's the bulb.
What kind of picture did you take?
What? Well, I wanted to get a picture. I wanted to get a photograph of the driver taking the fare from one of the entertainers. So he kept in full motion. He wouldn't stop for him. He wouldn't stop for me to get a picture of the picture. And all I got was a picture of the entertainer.
The entertainer? Where was that?
Of the singer, the singing entertainer.
Where was this, on a bus? I thought you said you want to take a picture of
on the bus. It was going at full tilt, you know. The bus was going at real high speed. Boy, the flash bulb went off. Boy, a terrific shot of light.
So what do you do? Is that you do that for your own amusement, or are you working for somebody, or what?
Well, I used to work for the Herald Express.
Oh.
And
you have bubble gum, or?
I've got bulbs, bubble gum wrappers and stuff. I save them for the
bubble gum wrappers.
Yeah, for the department store. They keep a file, so I keep them in a ready file, in a daily file for them.
Who's that?
For the department store.
You're freelancing now? You're a freelancing photographer.
I'm freelancing, I guess. They just issued me a camera, and they issued me film and stuff, and sent me out to shoot pictures. And I only take. I take a picture when my interest is attracted, and I shoot a picture. I don't have any boss or anything, you know. It's marvelous. I just buy the film and shoot the picture, and it just works out perfectly for me.
Do you have any particular subjects that you like to shoot the most, or does it make any difference to you?
Can I pick up my gum wrapper?
Certainly.
Boy, oh boy.
Pick up a little bit of everything. Huh?
Yes. I got a full pouch of tobacco.
Oh.
And a famous cigarette manufacturer offered me a car, 5,500. May I please have a cigarette?
Be my guest.
Can I get a light with my lighter?
Here. I'll light your lighter.
I don't have any pictures on you that you took, do you?
No, sir. I think they're taken care of by the wire service. The wire service picks up the pictures, picks up the pictures that are interesting to them.
I was wondering about those gum wrappers and everything you collect. I noticed you've got peanut butter or candy wrappers and cigarette papers and everything in there. What do you do with all those things you collect?
Well, I try to salvage the tinfoil, cardboard, whatever I can
What about
collect. That just lays.
What about the bubble gum wrappers? What are those entitled you to? I mean, how many of those?
I don't know how many. I don't know how many bubble gum wrappers do we have. We have over 6,000 bubble gum wrappers.
You collected that many? Really? What else have you collected?
I collect matchsticks. I've got 2 full boxes of matchsticks. I used to collect those popsicle sticks. And every time I get 60 or 70 or 100, I wash them clean. And by golly, they go out. So I guess that the ice cream company salvages the ice cream sticks so that they don't go lost. I put on a sombrero and just go along the street, boy, and pick up whatever I find in the street that turns out to be of value.
Really? Is that right?
There's a couple things we'd like to talk to you about. You wouldn't mind riding into the station with us, would you?
It's wonderful to be protected.
Uh-huh.
It's wonderful to be watched over.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Well, I was almost knocked this much, but it flashed light.
Well, pal. See you later. Detective Southwick and Barker have the info in custody. They'll take him to the station for further questioning. He appears harmless, but he'll have to be checked out. Want a piece? Yeah, thanks. Where'd you get this? Oh, that fellow gave it to me. Bubble gum?
5-6 cleared.
1 to 5-6, 10-4. 5-6, William 1019. Report to the captain's office. Code 2.
5-6, Roger.
Looks like we got some business, huh?
Yeah, something's up.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. Right now, there are more nurses than ever before in our country, but the demand continues to top the supply. Yes, the nursing profession is one field where you're always sure of getting a job and having enjoyable work. If you're interested, inquire at the nearest school of nursing or hospital. It's a wonderful profession, one you'll be proud of, one you're sure to enjoy. And now we take you to headquarters and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Silver City Police, Arcadia.
Office of Captain Lugo. Skipper.
Yes, Captain.
Yes, I want you and Jim to roll down to the general hospital. There's been a baby that may have been beaten by the mother.
What happened?
Well, the information we got from the general hospital is that the baby has several bruises and very critical. In fact, may not even live.
Where's the mother?
Well, they're detaining her down at the general hospital.
Okay, Captain, we'll get right on it.
Okay, well. Hey, Don, will you record the statements from the people involved there, please?
Yes, sir, I will.
How old is the baby, Captain?
8 months.
8 months.
We'll give you a call as soon as we get some information on it.
Arriving now at the General Hospital in Los Angeles. Up the stairs now to a main reception. There's a mammoth building. I won't even hazard a guess of size. Suffice to say, it would take all day to walk through it. Our job now is to locate the baby. It may have been beaten, and it's in a critical condition. We have to establish what happened. Information desk directly ahead here. White uniform nurse sitting at the desk. Perkins getting the information.
Regarding this baby that's brought in from the police department. Over today.
What, you want to go up and...
We want to go up and talk to the doctor and to the mother. I don't know what we're going to do. We may place her under arrest. It depends on the circumstances.
You want to sign the book?
Signature, entrance book. Nurse assigning uniformed guard, act as our guide. Motioning for us to follow across large corridor. Over here to the elevator.
Going on. Number 11, my friend. Yes, sir. How's it going? Very good.
Inside the elevator. Starting up. Car. Several white uniformed doctors, nurses. Smell of antiseptic. Here's 11. Children's floor. Along the wall, dozens of mothers seated. All races, all creeds. All holding babies. The guard getting the exact location of the injured child. Along the corridor. Into a large ward. There's mothers everywhere. Here's one.
Pick you up. Don't cry, don't. What's the matter with my baby? You want some?
Others have gone ahead. Let's catch up. Turning into a special nursery. There's 5 beds. Detectives. The nurse leaning over a tiny crib in the corner.
Baby here.
Clear plastic oxygen tent. Baby, white, rigid. One eye open.
Still living, still breathing. Yeah. Complete oxygen tank.
Doctor coming in. Stethoscope around neck. Tired.
What's the condition of the baby now?
Well, the baby right now is quite critical.
Have you been able to determine the extent of the injury at all?
Well, the injury, as far as I'm concerned, is only limited to, at the moment, to the buttock. That's the only evidence of injury I can notice right now.
Is the mother here?
Yes.
Did she tell you anything at all?
Well, she said the child was okay until she fed it. Played in the playpen, suddenly choked, and went limp. But he said she did spank the child on the buttock.
That's about all I can give as the injury. And the child is on the critical list?
Yes.
Whereabouts is the mother?
The mother is sitting right outside. She's still a very young girl. She's 17. That's
really?
Separated from her husband already.
What are you doing now? This is just an oxygen tank, is it?
Yeah, that's all it is.
Just from the breathing. Has there been any medication or anything like that you've given her as yet?
No, our diagnosis at the moment is what we call subarachnoid hemorrhage, or just a hemorrhage around the ring. But the causes may be common. I mean, we can't say it's injury, period. I mean, there's many causes for it.
What we're trying to do is determine the criminal end of it.
At the moment, I will not say whether or not it is related or not.
The best thing is just stand by until you are able to. Is that a bruise on the head there? I noticed.
No, that's not a bruise. That's been present since birth.
I see. Well, when you see something like that, you kind of feel helpless about it, don't you?
Will her brain be injured? So that we'll have to wait and see. We just don't know yet. If you pull her through, she's liable to be an invalid for life. Cannot say that.
I wonder if we could talk to the mother in your office. Nurse, would you bring her in, please?
Moving out into the hall. Special police from the hospital along with us. Into the doctor's office.
When I first looked at the baby in oxygen 10, I didn't think that she was alive.
We get so many DOAs out here, Dan.
Did they get under your skin after a while?
No, it's just funny different. I look at them and forget it.
Well, it's a little rough on an officer that has a baby. That really gets home to see this baby. How anybody can mistreat a small baby like that, a perfect baby.
Glancing out the door. Led by nurse, young teenager. Bobby socks. Red hair and pigtails. Anxiety written on her face. This would be the mother.
See, we're down here to find out just what happened. And to not only be here to help you if we can, but we do have to find out from the baby standpoint as to whether anything happened that shouldn't have.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, you try to get hold of yourself. We're here to help you find out what the problem is.
My baby, is he all right?
That we can't tell you. We just saw the baby a few minutes ago. Doctors told us they're just waiting now for the crisis.
For what?
For the crisis or for the tell them what it is.
Get up.
You try to pull yourself together a little bit so I can get these questions. I know it's awful rough on you. We don't want to be any rougher or harder than we can possibly be. We want to help you. 17 years old?
Yes.
And the baby is 8 months old, right? All right, now I want you to tell me just what happened.
Well, I just fed her baby food, pears, and she had some toast and some milk, and after
Did she go into convulsions or anything like that?
no, right after she had the toast, I'd let her play for a little while, and then took her in, laid her down, and gave her a bottle, and she just sort of like she never wants to lay down. She don't like to sleep at all, and she just got, I don't know whether she got choked or what. She just.
Well, can you tell me what happened then, afterwards? Did you take her to the fire department or what?
My brother-in-law took her, and they took her down to the fire department, and they gave her some oxygen.
And then from there they brought her down here to the general hospital.
Yes.
Now the routine is what you normally feed her, is that?
She don't eat eggs and nothing like that. She just...
There was nothing different in her diet.
No.
Now, has she ever had this trouble before like this?
No, she had the flu.
How long ago was that?
About a week ago. No, it hasn't been quite a week. I called the doctor Friday night, and he gave her a suppository and a shot. And he said she'd get better. I mean, she did act like she was better. She was so happy, and everything was like nothing was wrong.
Did you spank her or what?
Yeah, I was doing the wash. And, I never let her cry. And I didn't have time. I had to get the wash all done and everything. And, I didn't realize I was spanking her so hard. I was just in a hurry, and she wouldn't lay down and sleep. And, God only knows I didn't mean to spank her then.
When you spanked her, whereabouts did you spank her?
Right here on both sides.
Both sides. You didn't strike her around the head or the face?
Oh, no, never.
By accident or anything?
No. After I spanked her, I started crying, and then she started laughing. Nothing to do about it. I'd pick her up and love her. Good.
And you don't think at that time that there was any injury or anything like that? She didn't show any injury or any signs of injury?
No, after I spanked her, she didn't keep on crying.
After I spanked her, I said, now, hurry, Mama has to finish the words. And she took her bottle and went to sleep.
Anything you want, Jay? No, Sergeant, no questions.
Like the doctor said, you're not supposed to spank a baby. It's when they're that little. Okay, so I mean, not to spank them like I did her, but don't you have to spank them? I mean, how do you make them mind? Please don't say you've made the time downstairs.
Is there any place that you can... Fine, why don't you go with the nurse here and sit there, and we'll come in and talk to you a little bit, okay? Maybe easier for you. Thank you.
There's a young girl disappearing down the hall. Motherly arm around her. What do you think, Sam?
Well, the crisis should be coming up before long. If the baby dies, we'll have to hold the mother on a technical charge of manslaughter.
It's going to be rough no matter what happens.
Captain, Mr. Perkins. Listen, we're down at the hospital now, and the baby's still in a critical condition. The doctor is not too sure exactly what the cause of it is yet. The baby's in an oxygen tank. And we're going to stand by down here for a little while to see which way it goes. All right, well, we'll check with you. The doctor thinks it's a hemorrhage of the brain, but he can't determine whether the punishment has anything to do with it yet or not. And the only thing they do is they have the baby in an oxygen tank, and they're just standing by waiting for the crisis. Yeah, and we'll let you know as soon as we get through. Okay, bye.
Well, like everybody else, I guess there's only one thing to do. Wait.
Coffee, Jim? Yeah, I'll take one cup.
No, not for me, thanks. I had enough.
No more cigarettes? Well, I'll check. Here's my last one.
Thanks. Smoking butts again.
You fellows take over to the detective.
Yeah.
Do you want to step this way?
Thanks. Something's happened. It's well after midnight. Corridors have thinned out pretty well. I'm down the hall now to the baby ward again. On the left, one youngster kicking up quite a fuss. Well, that's not our baby. Over in the corner, an oxygen tank has been removed. Here she is.
What's the deal, Doc?
She's got conscious. The neurosurgeon had looked at her and confirmed our earlier diagnosis, brain injury.
Do you know yet whether the spanking caused it?
No, still too early to say, but she's got a pretty good chance.
Mother of the child in the doorway, held over, staring at the child.
Okay, Doctor.
Mother, searching each face.
We'll be in touch with you if there's any change.
What you have just heard is real. The investigations were recorded as they actually occurred. And now, back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first investigation of the man carrying a flash camera resulted in his being released from custody. According to most standards, his actions would be considered eccentric, but at the same time harmless. The final case involving the injured child is now a finished story. After several weeks of hospitalization, the child is now well on her way to recovery. As to the police action, no concrete evidence has been uncovered to show that the child's condition was a direct result of the spanking admitted by the mother. The medical reports show that the injury could have been incurred in several ways. So as of tonight, the case has been stamped closed and filed away. This case, I feel, speaks for itself. To young mothers, it means one thing. To grandmothers, another. And to the man on the street, still another. Regardless of our opinion, there was something tonight to be learned by all of us. I'll leave it up to you as to what it means. So that we may all continue to learn and understand others is the reason for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed. What you are about to hear is real.
42T, clear, KMA 394.
5-6 in service, starting mileage 11,398. 11,398.
1 to 5-6, 10-4, mileage 11,398, 6:09 p.m. Detective Unit 5-6 in service on the Night Watch.
This is Don Reed, police recorder. You're writing in Detective Unit 5-6, just reporting in service on the Night Watch. The crew, Sergeant Ron Perkins, Detective Jim Ross. Our car, a black sedan, a radio buried in the glove compartment. Looks like any other car on the road. We're in plain clothes. That's overcoats, sport suits. This is Detective Unit 5-6. And while you're with us...
1 to all units. This is a repeat. Be on the lookout for one suspect carrying flash gun or explosive instruments creating disturbance on buses in the vicinity of Overland and Venice. Suspect described as white male American, 30 to 35 years, 140 pounds, 6'2" or 3", white overcoat with plaid cap. If apprehended, hold for investigation.
That's a repeat.
Will you check in the area of the bus depot for this suspect?
5-6, roger.
That's a repeat bulletin. Other units have been looking all afternoon for this suspect. Apparently, he has some type of flash instrument and scaring citizens to death on the bus lines here. Anyways, I started to say, while you're with us tonight, remember the people you meet are not actors. You see, this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 5-6, on patrol somewhere in the field, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Patrol 1 to car 44T, Washington and Adams.
Here on the street in front of the bus depot, Sergeant Perkins and Ross have gone into the depot looking for a suspect carrying some sort of a flash instrument. And we're being paged on the air. Let's get over to the car.
5-6, code 1.
5-6 to 1, go ahead.
5-6, Detective Unit 5-5 is on the northwest corner of Washington and Lincoln. Side door to the bus depot. They have possibly located the suspect you're looking for. They request to meet them there.
5-6 to 1. We're code 6 on the opposite side of the depot right now. Stand by. Perk, 5-5 may have located that suspect on the Washington side.
We'll be right there.
Right. 5-6 to Control 1. Will you advise 5-5 that we'll meet them there in just a couple of moments?
1 to 5-6, 10-4. One Unit 5-5, Detective Unit 5-6 is on the opposite side of the depot. We'll meet you immediately.
Around this corner. Parked at the curb, another one of our detective units. Detectives Southwick and Parker. They're watching something or other up here. Oh, I see what they're waiting for. Out of a little side entrance, a tall, thin man in a white plaid cap, burdened down with two large carrying cases over each shoulder. Detectives moving in. There's not much question. This is our boy.
What are you doing? Oh, shooting pictures for the Eastern Kodak Company. At night? Yes, sir. I just shot a picture on the bus. I just got a picture on the bus. Here's the bulb.
What kind of picture did you take?
What? Well, I wanted to get a picture. I wanted to get a photograph of the driver taking the fare from one of the entertainers. So he kept in full motion. He wouldn't stop for him. He wouldn't stop for me to get a picture of a picture. And all I got was a picture of the entertainer.
The entertainer? Where was that?
Of the singer, the singing entertainer.
Where was this, on a bus? I thought you said you want to take pictures
on the bus. It was going at full tilt, you know. The bus was going at real high speed. Boy, the flash bulb went off. Boy, a terrific shot of light.
But what do you do? Is that you do that for your own amusement, or are you working for somebody, or what?
Well, I used to work for the Herald Express.
Oh.
And
you got bubble gum, or?
I've got bulbs, bubble gum wrappers and stuff. I save them for the
bubble gum wrappers.
Yeah, for the department store. They keep a file, so I keep them in a ready file, in a daily file for them.
Who's that?
For the department store.
You're freelancing now? You're a freelancing photographer.
I'm freelancing, I guess. They just issued me a camera, and they issued me film and stuff, and sent me out to shoot pictures. And I only take. I only take a picture when my interest is attracted, and I shoot a picture. I don't have any boss or anything, you know. It's marvelous. I just buy the film and shoot the picture, and it just works out perfectly for me.
Do you have any particular subject that you like to shoot the most, or does it make any difference to you?
Can I pick up my gum wrapper?
Certainly.
Boy, oh boy.
Pick up a little bit of everything. Huh?
Yes. I got a full pouch of tobacco, and a famous cigarette manufacturer offered me a car, 5,500 African cigarettes.
Be my guest.
Can I get a light with my lighter?
Here. I'll light your lighter.
I don't have any pictures on you that you took, do you?
No, sir. I think they're taken care of by the wire service. The wire service picks up the pictures. Picks up the pictures that are interesting to them.
I was wondering about those gum wrappers and everything you collect. I noticed you've got peanut butter or candy wrappers and cigarette papers and everything in there. What do you do with all those things you collect?
Well, I try to salvage the tinfoil, cardboard, whatever I can collect. That just lays.
What about the bubble gum wrappers? What are those entitled you to? I mean, how many of those?
I don't know how many. I don't know how many bubble gum wrappers do we have? We have over 6,000 bubble gum wrappers.
You've collected that many? Really? What else have you collected?
I collect matchsticks. I've got 2 full boxes of matchsticks. I used to collect those popsicle sticks. And every time I get 60 or 70 or 100, I wash them clean. And by golly, they go out. So I guess that the ice cream company salvages the ice cream sticks so that they don't go lost. I put on a sombrero and just go along the street, boy, and pick up whatever I find in the street that turns out to be of value.
Really? Is that right?
There's a couple things we'd like to talk to you about. You wouldn't mind riding into the station with us, would you?
It's wonderful to be protected. It's wonderful to be watched over. Yes. Well, it was almost not so much, but it flashed light.
Stop.
So long, pal. See you later. Detective Southwick and Barker have the info in custody. They'll take him to the station for further questioning. He appears harmless, but he'll have to be checked out.
Want a piece?
Yeah, thanks. Where'd you get this?
That fellow gave it to me.
Bubble gum?
5-6 cleared.
1 to 5-6, 10-4. 5-6, William 10-19. Report to the captain's office. Code 2.
5-6, Roger.
Looks like we got some business, huh?
Something's up.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real. and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. Right now, there are more nurses than ever before in our country, but the demand continues to top the supply. Yes, the nursing profession is one field where you're always sure of getting a job and having enjoyable work. If you're interested, inquire at the nearest school of nursing or hospital. It's a wonderful profession, one you'll be proud of, one you're sure to enjoy. And now we take you to headquarters and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Please, I kill you.
Office of Captain Lugo. Skipper.
Yes, Captain.
Yes, I want Jim to roll down to the general hospital. There's been a baby that may have been beaten by the mother.
What happened?
Well, the information we got from the general hospital is that the baby has several bruises and very critical. In fact, may not even live.
Where's the mother?
Well, they're detaining her down at the general hospital.
Okay, Captain, we'll get right on it.
Okay, well. Hey, Don, will you record the statements on the people involved there, please?
Yes, sir, I will.
How old is the baby, Captain?
8 months.
8 months.
We'll give you a call as soon as we get some information on it.
Arriving now at the General Hospital in Los Angeles. Up the stairs now to a main reception. This is a mammoth building. I won't even hazard a guess the size. Suffice to say, it would take all day to walk through it. Our job now is to locate the baby. It may have been beaten, and it's in a critical condition. I have to establish what happened. Information desk directly ahead here. White uniformed nurse sitting at the desk. Perkins getting the information.
Regarding this baby that was brought in from the police department. Over City.
What, you want to go up and...
We want to go up and talk to the doctor and to the mother. I don't know what we're going to do. We may place her under arrest. It depends on the circumstances.
You want to sign the book?
Signature, entrance book. Nurse assigning uniformed guard, act as our guide. Motioning for us to follow across large corridor. Over here to the elevator.
Going on. Number 11, my friend. Yes, sir. How's it going? Very good.
Inside the elevator. Starting up. Car. Several white uniformed doctors, nurses. Smell of antiseptic. Here's 11. Children's floor. Along the wall, dozens of mothers seated. All races, all creeds. All holding babies. The guard getting the exact location of the injured child. Along the corridor. Into a large ward. There's mothers everywhere. Here's one.
Pick you up. Don't cry, don't. What's the matter? What's the matter with my baby? You want some?
Others have gone ahead. Let's catch up. Turning into a special nursery. There's 5 beds. Detectives. Nurse leaning over a tiny crib in the corner.
Baby here?
Clear plastic oxygen tent. Baby, white, rigid. One eye open.
Still living, still breathing.
Yeah. Complete oxygen tank.
Doctor coming in. Stethoscope around neck. Tired.
What's the condition of the baby now?
Well, the baby right now is quite critical.
Have you been able to determine the extent of the injury at all?
Well, the injury, as far as I'm concerned, is only limited to, at the moment, to the buttocks. That's the only evidence of injury I can notice right now.
Is the mother here?
Yes.
Did she tell you anything at all?
Well, she said the child was okay until she fed it. Played in the playpen, suddenly choked, and went limp. But he said she did spank the child on the buttocks. That's about all I can get as the injury.
And the child is on the critical list?
Yes.
Whereabouts is the mother?
The mother is sitting right outside. She's still a very young girl. She's 17. That's all.
Really?
Separated from the husband already.
What are you doing now? This is just an oxygen tank, is it?
Yeah, that's all it is.
Just in the breathing. Has there been any medication or anything like that you've given her as yet?
No, our diagnosis at the moment is what we call subarachnoid hemorrhage, or just the hemorrhage around the ring. But the causes may be common. I mean, we can't say it's injury, period. I mean, there's many causes for it.
What we're trying to do is determine the criminal end of it.
At the moment, I will not say whether or not it is related or not.
The best thing is just to stand by until you are able to. Is that a bruise on the head there? I noticed.
No, that's not a bruise. That's been present since birth.
I see. Well, when you see something like that, you don't feel helpless about it, don't you?
Will her brain be injured? So that we'll have to wait and see. We just don't know yet. If you pull her through, she's liable to be an invalid for life? Cannot say that.
I wonder if we could talk to the mother in your office. Nurse, would you bring her in, please?
Moving out into the hall. Special police from the hospital along with us. Into the doctor's office.
When I first looked at the baby oxygen tent, I didn't think that she was alive.
We get so many DOAs out here, Dan.
Did they get under your skin after a while?
No, it's funny you get them. I look at them and forget it.
Oh, it's a little rough on an officer that has a baby. That really gets home to see the baby.
No food when they get home.
Anybody can mistreat a small baby like that, a perfect baby.
Glancing out the door. Led by nurse, young teenager. Bobby socks. Red hair and pigtails, and anxiety written on her face. This would be the mother.
See, we're down here to find out just what happened. And to not only be here to help you if we can, but we do have to find out from the baby's standpoint as to whether anything happened that shouldn't have.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, you try to get hold of yourself. We're here to help you and find out what the problem is.
My baby, is he all right?
That we can't tell you. We just saw the baby a few minutes ago. Doctors told us they're just waiting now for the crisis.
For what?
For the crisis or for the tell them what it is.
Get up.
You try to pull yourself together a little bit so I can get these questions. I know it's awful rough on you. We don't want to be any rougher or harder than we can possibly be. We want to help you. 17 years old?
Yes.
And the baby is 8 months old, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, now I want you to tell me just what happened.
Well, I just fed her baby food, pears, and she had some toast and some milk, and after
Did she go into convulsions or anything like that?
No, right after she had the toast, I let her play for a little while, and then took her and laid her down and gave her a bottle, and she just sort of like she never wants to lay down when she don't like to sleep at all. And she just got, I don't know whether she got choked or what. She just...
Well, can you tell me what happened then, afterwards? Did you take her to the fire department or what?
My brother-in-law took her, and they took her down to the fire department, and they gave her some oxygen.
And then from there they brought her down here to the general hospital.
Yes.
Now, this routine is what you normally feed her, is that...
She don't eat eggs or nothing like that. She just...
There was nothing different in her diet.
No.
Now, has she ever had this trouble before like this?
No, she had the flu.
How long ago was that?
About a week ago. No, it hasn't been quite a week. I called the doctor Friday night, and he gave her a suppository and a shot. And he said she'd get better. I mean, she did act like she was better. She was so happy, and everything was like nothing was wrong.
Did you spank her, or what?
Yeah, I was doing the wash. And, I never let her cry. And I didn't have time. I had to get the wash all done and everything. And, I didn't realize I was spanking her so hard. I was just in a hurry, and she wouldn't lay down and sleep. And, God only knows I didn't mean to spank her then.
When you spanked her, whereabouts did you spank her?
Right here on both sides.
Both sides. You didn't strike her around the head or the face?
Oh, no, never.
By accident or anything?
No. After I spanked her, I started crying. She started laughing. Nothing to do about it. I'd pick her up and love her. Mm-hmm. Good.
And, you don't think at that time that there was any injury or anything like that? She didn't show any injury or any signs of injury?
No, after I spanked her, she didn't keep on crying. After I spanked her, I said, now hush, Mama has to finish the wash. And she took her bottle and went to sleep.
Anything else you want, Jay? No, Sergeant, no questions.
Like the doctor said, you're not supposed to spank a baby. It's when they're that little. Okay, so not to spank them like I did her, but don't you have to spank them? How do you make them mind? Please don't say you've laid beside downstairs.
Is there any place that you can... Fine, why don't you do that? Why don't you go with the nurse here and sit there, and then we'll come in and talk to you a little bit, okay? It'll be easier for you. Yes, I will. Thank you.
There's a young girl disappearing down the hall. Motherly arm around her. What do you think, Sam?
Well, the crisis should be coming up before long. If the baby dies, we'll have to hold the mother on a technical charge of manslaughter.
It's going to be rough no matter what happens.
Captain, Miss Perkins. Listen, we're down at the hospital now, and the baby's still in a critical condition. The doctor is not too sure exactly what the cause of it is yet. The baby's in an oxygen tank. And we're going to stand by down here for a little while to see which way it goes. All right, well, we'll check with you. The doctor thinks it's a hemorrhage of the brain, but he can't determine whether the punishment has anything to do with it yet or not. And the only thing they do is they have the baby in an oxygen tank, and they're just standing by waiting for the crisis. Yeah, and we'll let you know as soon as we get through. Okay, bye.
Well, like everybody else, I guess there's only one thing to do. Wait.
Coffee, Jim? Yeah, I'll take one cup.
No, not for me, thanks. I had enough.
No more cigarettes?
Well, okay. Here's my last one.
Thanks. $20 again.
You fellows, the Culver City detective.
Yeah.
Do you want to step this way?
Down the hall now to the baby ward again. On the left, one youngster kicking up quite a fuss. Well, that's not our baby. Over in the corner, not the antenna's been removed. Here she is.
What's the deal, Doc?
She's got conscious. The neurosurgeon has looked at her and confirmed our earlier diagnosis. Brain injury.
Do you know yet whether the spanking caused it?
No, still too early to say, but she's got a pretty good chance. Mother of the child in the doorway, coming over, staring at the child.
Okay, Doctor.
Mother, searching each face.
We'll be in touch with you if there's any change.
What you have just heard is real. The investigations were recorded as they actually occurred. And now, back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first investigation of the man carrying a flash camera resulted in his being released from custody. According to most standards, his actions would be considered eccentric, but at the same time harmless. The final case involving the injured child is now a finished story. After several weeks of hospitalization, the child is now well on her way to recovery. As to the police action, no concrete evidence has been uncovered to show that the child's condition was a direct result of the spanking admitted by the mother. Medical reports show that the injury could have been incurred in several ways. So as of tonight, the case has been stamped closed and filed away. This case, I feel, speaks for itself. To young mothers, it means one thing. To grandmothers, another. And to the man on the street, still another. Regardless of our opinion, there was something tonight to be learned by all of us. I'll leave it up to you as to what it means. So that we may all continue to learn and understand others is the reason for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Calling all detectives. A man is murdered, and the only clue to his death is a hand of stud poker. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, knows that no matter how lucky a killer seems, murder is always a losing gamble. The Club Coquette is the kind of joint that attracts high society and low characters. It offers blackjack, roulette, chuck-a-luck, and every other standard device for losing your money. The reason I was in the place was because I was being paid to be there. Ace Hogan owned the Coquette. Marty Wilson ran a rival joint out on River Road. Tonight, Ace and Marty were going to bury the hatchet, and my job was to make sure they didn't bury it in each other's heads. The people around the roulette wheel were betting $10 chips like nickels. Right up against the table was young Wade Julian. Hello, Jerry. How are you doing? I'm not betting, Julie, just watching. Lucky you. These 6 chips are the last of 1,500. Well, here goes nothing. Did I say nothing? I was so right. Excuse me, Jerry. Gotta see Ace. Arranged for a little credit. I watched him go. So, Wade Julian, 4 gold polo player, had gambling debts. Too bad. I walked over to one of the 26 girls, picked up the dice cup, and bet $1 on 5s. I threw 1 5 4 times in a row, and 2 5s for the next 6 rolls. Not so good. Then I felt a hand on my shoulder. Ace Hogan, the boss.
You picked the wrong number, Jerry. You should have took aces like me. Hey, wait a minute. These aren't house dice. This dame is cheating you.
He glared at the girl.
Sister, I don't stand for cheating. Scram out of here and take your crooked ivories with you.
Ace turned on his heel and walked upstairs. A couple of minutes later, Marty Wilson, the rival joint owner, came in, nodded to me, and went upstairs. By then, the dice girl had taken her hat and coat and disappeared. I waited around for Ace and Marty to call me. I waited almost an hour. Then... Ace was upstairs in his office, alone, and very dead. Called in as arbitrator between 2 rival gamblers, I discovered that Ace Hogan, one of the gamblers, had been murdered. Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide stared suspiciously at me.
Jerry, is this all there was on his desk? Just his playing cards?
I nodded. Ace's body lay slumped over the desk, as though he'd made a last desperate attempt to get help, or his killer. In front of him was a deck of cards and a hand of stud poker. The exposed cards were the 2, 3, 4, and 6 of diamonds. I picked up the 5th card, which was face down. It was the ace of spades. Dawson had a theory about that.
Ace was playing 2-handed poker with somebody. They got into a fight. Ace had the losing hand and lost his life, too.
I shrugged. Maybe. Ace was pretty busy tonight. He had a meeting scheduled with Marty Wilson, a run-in with a crooked dice girl, and even Wade Julian, the polo player, wanted to see him. When would he have time to play poker? Dawson didn't know. He was too busy taking down the names I mentioned and ordering the arrest of their owners. But I kept thinking of that poker hand. I went on home after a while and fell asleep dreaming of a straight flush in diamonds ruined by the ace of spades in the hole. I sat up suddenly in bed, said out loud, "The 5 of diamonds is missing, whatever that means." Out of the darkness, a voice answered me.
Don't mean a thing, Jerry. Not a thing.
I blinked as light suddenly flooded the room. After a few seconds, I made out Marty Wilson sitting in a chair and dangling a revolver on one finger.
Honest to goodness, Jerry, I like you, but I'm awful nervous. Don't do anything to make this gun go off.
I feel sorry for nervous people, so I sat real still. Dawson has a warrant for you, Marty.
Yeah, that's why I'm nervous. Guy like me, a gambler, has no chance. They got me convicted in advance. Sure, I talked to Ace, but we got along fine. He was a square guy. We fixed up the major, and I drove back to my own joint. And a fair chance I got of anybody believing me.
Look, Marty, I believe you. And the only chance you've got is to give yourself up.
You're crazy.
Okay, make yourself hard to find and see what happens when they do find you, Marty. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, get dressed and make it snappy. I'm your prisoner.
Dawson was at headquarters by the time we got there, and he wasn't happy about getting out of bed either.
So, decided to give yourself up, Wilson. Sergeant booked this man along with the other 2.
Give him a break, Dawson. He gave himself up voluntarily. And what about the other 2 you've got locked up? They can't all be guilty.
At 2 in the morning, everybody's guilty. I'm going back to bed.
The next day, I got permission to talk to the other prisoners. The 26 girl was sitting alone in a lockup cell. She was still wearing the hat and coat I'd seen her in when she left the Club Coquette. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. She kept insisting that she hadn't meant to cheat me at dice, and anyway, she didn't keep the money for herself, and besides, she wouldn't kill a nice guy like Ace Hogan. I listened for a while and promised to do what I could. In another cell, Wade Julian, the polo player, was a little more self-possessed.
Jerry, I don't know a thing about Ace's murder. Sure, I owed him a lot of money, but I've owed him money before and paid it. I talked to him, and he offered me credit, just as he did before. I didn't have to kill him.
I'll check into it, Julie. My last interview was with Marty, the gambler. I found him sitting on his cot, a deck of cards spread out before him. What are you doing, Marty? Playing solitaire?
Yeah. A guy has to pass the time, doesn't he?
Sure, Marty. Did you play poker with Ace when you saw him? Marty stared at me.
We talk business. Why should we play poker?
There were cards spread out on his desk. A poker hand, just like you've got spread out. Marty grinned.
This ain't poker. It's blackjack. Every gambler plays it by himself to see can he beat himself.
Blackjack? Of course, it had to be that. Marty, in blackjack, the ace counts for 1 or 11. Add to that the 2, 3, 4, and 6, and you have
16 or 26. Why?
26. In his dying moments, Ace named his killer the 26th girl, who killed him because he found out she was a thief. That cracked it. I got the 26th girl upstairs, showed her the card layout. After a while, she lost her nerve and confessed. Ace had tried to make her give back the money she'd stolen with a crooked dice, so she shot him. Just a nice girl. Like I said, every killer thinks he's smarter than other people. But nobody can get away with murder. It isn't in the cards. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison or the grave. It could have been perfect. Snowbound in a mountain lodge with a girl who was falling in love. But also present were a widow sick with rage, a bitter old woman, and a jealous man. All with reason to hate me more than anyone else in the world. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Grim Echo.
Pretty thick.
Yeah, you're lucky you caught me, son.
Yeah?
It was just closing up. What do you have?
Better fill it with a regular, huh?
Okay. Does that mean that you're aiming to go on?
That's right. Got to get back to L.A.
I wouldn't advise it, son. Old Jacker and sure wouldn't. Liable to hit 10 below, they say.
Yeah?
Where you been, skiing?
Yeah, a week of it up at Angel's Roost. How's the road ahead?
Well, you got 40 miles or nothing but mountains to the next town, you know. You're bound to get drifted over any time.
Hey, why don't you blow that thing?
Huh?
Hey, what's the tariff?
Oh, call it $3 even. You know, I've been running this Mobile gas station here for 20 years, and I know these storms are nasty. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I'll be all right.
Yeah, that's what you all say. Out on the road, you could freeze to death. Real easy.
And this plaid shirt I'm wearing, you're ripping me, Pop.
Listen, that shirt won't even start to keep you warm on a deserted highway in this blizzard. Take it from old Jacker and Son, I know.
Yeah, well, thanks anyway. So long, old Jacker. A solid nerve-wracking hour to make 12 miles. I began to realize just how right old Jack Ernst, the gas station boy, had been when the road ahead was lost completely in a constant racing blur of white. Transformed every rise into a treacherous barrier I had to batter my way through. The chains on all four wheels chewing at the drifts, I managed to keep on the road somehow and plow out another 5 miles. And then I caught a glimpse of the first lighted window I'd seen in all that distance just as I started down the backside of a short, steep hill. And then it happened. First, the helpless feeling of a skid,
Before I could do anything about it, I was off the road in the ditch nose first and hood deep in a culvert drifted full of snow. I forced the door open and floundered back up to the road. I knew there was no chance of getting the car out without help and lots of it. And the 10 below zero that the Weather Bureau had bragged about was setting in. I looked back through the slashing snow for the lighted window I'd spotted and saw a lantern swinging crazily in the hands of somebody coming toward me. A minute later, I could see it was a girl.
Hello? Hello, are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. My car's stuck. I skidded off the road.
Yes, I know. I watched it. Oh, my. There's no chance of getting it out of there tonight.
No.
That's bad. Maybe tomorrow, if the blizzard lets up, we can get you out. Meantime, you better come on up to the lodge, mister.
Lodge?
Uh-huh.
Mean I slid off the road right in front of a tourist lodge? Oh, boy, how can I be that lucky?
Well, maybe it's fate. We're not open for business in the winter, but on a night like
I
this...
know what you mean, believe me. I really appreciate it. Could get tough staying out here. Oh, by the way, my name's Marlowe, Philip Marlowe. I want to pay you for...
Did you say Philip Marlowe?
Yeah, something wrong with
What's
you?
your business, Mr. Marlowe?
Oh, well, I'm a private detective from L.A. I've been
Gonna get
skiing.
you. I don't care where you've been or where you're going. You'll get no help from me, Mr. Philip Marlowe, you understand? I'd rather give shelter to a dirty dog. I hope you freeze, do you hear? I hope you freeze to death.
She was a thin girl with black, hollow eyes, full of hate for me. She didn't stop or look back all the way to the door, just ran in and slammed it shut. Couldn't understand it. Even on my worst day, my reputation never was that bad. I didn't wait around to worry about it because I was cold. Besides, I wanted to know why the good name Philip Marlowe was such poison at a place I'd never heard of before. I waded up to the heavy rustic door and looked in through a tiny window. All I could see was one corner of what had to be a big room. It was log, leather, and Navajo rugs, dominated by an enormous fireplace that filled every nook with a warm, dancing glow. Poison or no, I wanted in.
Just a minute. Oh. Hello.
Oh.
You picked a bad night to travel.
Yeah, sure did.
Oh. Well, won't you come in?
Oh, sure.
I'm Donna.
How are you?
This is Echo Lodge. We're not open now, but, of course, you can't go on in this storm.
No, I can't. Besides, my car's in the ditch.
Well, you'll be spending the night then.
I'd love to, but there seems to be two schools of thought on that subject.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I don't know why, but, I don't think I'm very welcome.
Why do you say that?
Well,
I'll tell you why, Donna.
Well, Helen. Oh, dear, what's wrong? You've been crying.
Do you know who he is?
No, we haven't gotten around to the magic of my name yet, Helen, but maybe you'll be good enough to tell me.
Oh, Baraki. Does that mean anything to you?
Baraki?
Oh, Helen,
yes, Baraki. Virgil Baraki was my husband. Virgil Baraki was Donna's brother, and Virgil Baraki was the man that you shot down and killed. Do you remember?
I remembered all right. 6 months ago, a trail that led up a blind Los Angeles alley to a garage where stolen cars were switched. I remembered the pair of vicious blue eyes glaring at me over the sights of a blazing .45. I remembered shooting back fast. When it was over, I was alive and he was dying. And later, the coroner's jury decided I'd killed in self-defense. The savagery here in the eyes of the woman who'd been Virgil Baraki's wife said that decision meant nothing.
Is this true? Are you the one who...
Yeah, it's true. I shot a man named Virgil Baraki. I had to or be killed by him. There was no choice.
You liar. You killed him in cold blood. Now get out of here. You've done enough to us. Get out.
Helen, stop.
Oh, Mama, Baraki, listen, Mama. This is the man who killed Virgil.
I know. I've been listening and I heard everything. Go find Ralph for me, Helen. Then you'd better go out to your workshop for a while.
Did you hear me? I said this is the man
I said go call Ralph now. At once. Tell him to open the cabin. Then go back to your carving. Can't turn a man out in this weather, not any man. You stay, Mr. Marlowe.
Thank you, Mrs. Baraki.
Donna, go get some hot food.
All right, Mom.
So, you're Philip Marlowe, the private detective. You don't look much like I'd imagined you.
Do people ever?
Perhaps not. Oh, would you mind fixing the fire? It needs another log.
Oh, not at all.
You, were stopped by the storm, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah. My car's getting into the ditch about 50 yards down the road.
I see. Almost at our doorstep, you might say. Rare coincidence, isn't it?
Almost too rare, Mrs. Barocki. I'm sorry the circumstances are painful for you.
I've grown used to that kind of pain, having lost both a husband and a son. Fate up to now has never been very generous. Do you believe in fate, Mr. Marlowe?
I don't know. Oh, some things happen for which there's no explanation, maybe,
no explanation? But... Who knows? Perhaps everything happens according to a prearranged schedule. And for a purpose.
Oh, come on. You don't really think I was deliberately shoved off the road at exactly this spot for a reason?
Oh, you might admit it's strange, though, that there was a house nearby just when you needed one, and that it was our house. Oh, thank you, Donna.
It's only soup, but it's hot and good, and it's fresh bread. The coffee will be ready in a few minutes.
Go ahead, Mr. Marlowe. Sit down. It'll do you good.
Thanks. Looks wonderful.
In the meanwhile, I'll check up on Ralph. He should have the cabin ready by now. It's small, but you'll be comfortable. There's a fine big oil heater in it.
I haven't worked one for years.
You won't have any trouble.
Tell me, who is this Ralph?
Ralph Tolman, a young fellow who lives near here.
Ralph works for us in the summer.
And looks after us in the winter. He's staying over tonight because of the storm. He was my son's best friend. Oh, don't let the soup get cold, Mr. Marlowe.
The soup was thick and delicious, and the coffee was rich, black, and steaming. Donna sat across the table and watched me eat. There was no hatred in her eyes. I looked for it closely. It wasn't even animosity. Only confusion and, for some reason, a shadow of fear. But as an hour slipped by and the conversation came easier, the shadow disappeared. Her eyes even began to smile a little. When I'd finished down to the third cup of coffee and started to help her clear the table, the cup slipped. We both grabbed for it, caught one slim inch from breaking, and wound up together on the floor. Our faces close.
Why, Phil, we did it. What a team.
Table waiters or jugglers?
Oh, we could double as both and make a fortune. Oh, Ralph.
Yeah, Ralph. What's going on?
We have almost dropped a cup.
Uh-huh. And it sure would have been too bad, wouldn't it, Donna? You only got about 50 like that one.
I don't know why it's so important to you, but for what it's worth, I was the one who dropped it.
It's not important to me. I guess other things aren't so important to Donna either. Think you can get it out to the kitchen now without any more help, Donna?
Ralph, it's high time that you...
Mrs. Barocki asked me to tell you the cabin's ready, Marlowe.
Thanks.
No thanks necessary, mister. It's just part of my job. Guess everybody's job has its lousy side, huh? Even a private detective. Some of them get trigger happy, I heard.
I'll see you, Donna.
You better get out there right away, Marlowe. Donna's got 4 whole dishes to carry out. And at the rate she's been going, she ought to get started or she'll never make it.
Keep your fat trap shut, Buster. You're causing a draft. Tolman walked behind me as far as the door and pointed through the snow to a tiny square of light sitting apart from the rest of the buildings that made up Echo Lodge. As soon as I was outside, he slammed the door against my back and bolted it. I stood on the porch and thought about the setup for a minute while I lit a cigarette. Then I stepped out into the snow and headed for the cabin. Halfway there, I could see it clearly. It looked snug and warm. And under the circumstances, I knew it was better for everybody that I was sleeping outside the main lodge. But then I saw a sudden flash and felt the impact before anything else. Right in front of me, the cabin lurched. One entire wall burst out and the roof collapsed. A second later, as I ran toward what was left of it, I could hear the others coming.
Now, what was the cabin? It blew up. They hit him on the
Bill, you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay, Donna.
What happened, Marlowe?
I don't know, Tolman.
It must have been the heater, but I can't understand it.
I think the heater exploded.
Yeah, Helen, that's the way it looks. But it was working okay when I left. I guess it's not going to burn, though. The snow's put it all out.
Well, just another few seconds and you'd have been in there. You'd have been killed.
Yeah, maybe that was fate, too, huh? Maybe.
Donna, get away from here.
No, Helen.
I wish you had been in there, Marlowe. You deserve it.
Stop it, Helen.
He's got no business here.
Stop it.
No, let me alone. Good Lord, after what he's done to us, how can you bear even to look at him?
Oh, Helen, come back here.
Let her go. This was an accident, Donna. An accident, you hear? They happened Don't say Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, sure. Everybody knows accidents will happen, Mrs. Baraki.
Of course. Oh, then let's get back into the house before we freeze to death. You can have my room now. I'll sleep with Donna. Come along, all of you.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Groucho Marx, his famous ad-libs, and his teams of opposites will be back betting their lives on most of these same CBS stations tomorrow night. You've missed half your life if you haven't bet your life with Groucho Marx on Wednesday nights this season. Hear him on this top quiz show tomorrow night on CBS. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Grim Echo.
It was a dreary little procession that trudged back toward the lodge again from the shuttered cabin. I said nothing and pushed hard against the storm as far as the front door. But when they were all inside, I ducked back into the biting blizzard and ran down to my car in the 38 I kept in the glove compartment there. I figured it would be a warning comfort through the long, cold night ahead. Until I saw that somebody else had figured the same way. The lock on the glove compartment had been sprung and the gun was gone. Now there was no doubt about the explosion. It had been no less accidental than Lucretia Borgia working over an after-dinner drink. As I hurried back to the lodge, I suddenly felt the kind of inside cold you can't ever blame on the weather around you. But a moment later, that same cold began to thaw. Because huddled at the edge of the lodge steps ahead was Donna.
Phil, where have you been? What have you been doing?
Hey, everything's going to be all right.
Oh, Phil, please. Why did you go down to your car?
Well, I'll tell you, but you're going to be sorry.
Sorry?
But you got so upset over nothing. I went to get some cigarettes out of the glove compartment. I was fresh out.
That was your only reason? Cigarettes?
Sure. Now, come on, huh? You got to worry. Let's do it where we can both be warm. Come on over to the fire. I'm a city boy, you know. This cold isn't doing me any... Hey, Donna. Those tears in your eyes. There.
They're from the wind. It always makes me cry. Oh, Phil. Why do things have to be this way? An hour ago when you were eating, everything was so nice, so friendly. And then suddenly Ralph angry, the explosion, Helen screaming and clawing at your mama.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But look, baby. Listen to me hard, huh?
Yes?
You see, the things you just spoke of, Ralph, the explosion, Helen, all of it, all the trouble, it belongs to tonight, like the blizzard out there. Oh, it's raging now, sure, but tomorrow, or maybe a little after tomorrow, it'll stop. Everything will look bright and clean to you. Honest, honey, that's the way it'll be. All the way around. Believe me?
Oh, Phil, I want to, but...
But what?
But you're talking about tomorrow. I'm worried about tonight. I'm afraid, Phil. Awfully afraid.
I spent the next 10 minutes trying to convince Donna that there wasn't anything to worry about. And then when she'd gone to her room, I went to mine and started all over again, trying to convince myself. The out-of-season fireworks at the cabin and a gun stolen from my car made that a very tough proposition. And I checked the room, which was on the ground floor and close to the kitchen. And then I bolted the door and looked forward to some much-needed sleep. After that, I took off my shirt and shoes only, got into bed, and waited for sleep, which a weekend of skiing made more important than a cabin full of hate. Suddenly, I was wide awake and sitting straight up in bed. The footsteps could have belonged to my dream. The door that closed couldn't have. I scrambled out of bed and ran to it, but it was still bolted. So I turned to the single closet in the room and opened it sharply. It was empty, except for a long, thin finger of light that streamed through a keyhole. A keyhole that belonged to a door at the rear of the closet that gave out onto the kitchen. Obviously, the closet had once been a pantry. I tried the door, but it was bolted from the kitchen side. I got into my shoes, grabbed my shirt, and ran out of the room, around to the kitchen, and smack into a very surprised Ralph. Oh, Marlowe!
What are you doing up and roaming around?
I'm a sleepwalker. What's your excuse? Come on, let's have it. I'm still playing target for tonight. Target! Hands off me, Marlowe. When I know why you're here and exactly what's on your mind, I will, not before. Well, have we come to terms?
All right, let go. I'm here because my room is on the ground floor, and I heard somebody cross through the house and come into this kitchen. So I decided to investigate.
You're a liar. You were in my room, Tolman, and you know it. You got in through the door that leads into the closet. Come on, Buster, let's level. We're keeping each other awake.
Listen, Marlowe, I don't like you.
Honest?
And I don't like the way you and Donna are...
The way we're what? Come on, boy, get it off your chest.
Never mind that now. Look at this.
Wood shaving, so what?
Yeah, found it near the door to the closet in your room. Might also be the answer to who your visitor was. She left her calling card.
What do you mean, calling card?
Helen. She's always covered with these shavings. She makes things out of rough pine.
Where is this workshop of hers, Tolman?
Out in the back, just beyond the barn. What are you going to do, Marlowe?
Not that it's any of your business, but I'm going to see the lady, and I'll see you.
What do you want?
Conversation, Helen, if you don't mind.
Oh, wait a minute, you. It's late.
Close that door.
I will not.
And I will. Now get over there and sit down. We got a few things to clear up.
Like what? The way you murdered my husband, perhaps?
Cut it out. Stop it, Helen, or I'll push your arm off.
No.
Just as soon as you decide to behave. Those nails of yours draw blood, baby. What, are you going to be good?
Yeah.
All right. Now sit down over there, away from those sharp chisels you work with, and keep your hands in your lap. Go on, that chair there.
Very well, Mr. Marlowe. Anything to accommodate the man who murdered my husband.
Which brings us right to the point.
You deny it. You deny that you shot him down.
I fired in self-defense.
That's a rotten, stinking lie. You did it to feather your own nest, to be a hero to the police and the newspapers.
You're wrong, Helen. I killed your husband because I had to. He was on the wrong side.
Oh, don't make me laugh. You call trying to get money for his family, for me? You call that being on the wrong side? So much that he should have been killed, shot down by the likes of you? Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you have no idea how through these past 6 lonely months I've thought of you. I've wondered what you looked like, what the man who killed Virgil was doing, how you'd like to meet the same death you brought to my husband under the brave banner of law and order.
Now, wait a minute.
And don't think I didn't plan your death 1,000 times over. Don't think I didn't approach Mama Baraki, Ralph, even sweet little Donna with a delicious thought of revenge. No. No, they talk like you talk, Mr. Marlowe. Virgil was doing the wrong thing. He was caught.
It wasn't right or wrong. It was him or me.
Oh, you shut up and listen. Sure, Virgil was stealing, all right. Was stealing from me, his wife. That's why he left here. That's why he tried so hard. That's why you had no reason to kill him. And that's why you should die, too.
Oh, that's also why we had an accidental explosion at the cabin I was supposed to sleep in, huh?
I was clumsy. I was hasty. I won't be the next time.
You're completely out of your mind, Helen.
Out of my mind? Of course I am. Did you think this existence, this living without the man I love, could leave me otherwise? Did you think making these stupid souvenirs make me crazy?
Killing me isn't going to bring him back.
You get out of here. Go on. Get out. And if you can, Mr. Marlowe, go back to bed.
While you wait for a chance to get me with my own gun, the gun you stole from my car?
I'm not going to shoot you, Mr. Marlowe. That would only further disgrace the Baraki name. No, I'm not going to shoot you. But I am going to get you.
For a long, chilling moment, I stared into the eyes of a half-crazed woman standing in front of me. The ice-cold, bottomless eyes that a cancerous hate had destroyed as something human. And as I turned and started out of the room, I knew that I'd made a mistake that night. That Virgil Baraki had died in my arms. A mistake I had to correct before it was too late. And there was nothing left of Helen but the ruthless machinery of a mind dedicated to murder. I headed back to the house to talk with Mama Baraki, which I figured had to be the first immediate step. But when I'd gone only a dozen yards from the workshop, I stopped.
Bill, I'm over here.
Donna, what are you doing out here?
I couldn't sleep, Bill. I was too worried about you. And then when I saw you leave the house from my window and head for the workshop, Bill, your face.
Oh, it was Helen. She got a little upset in there.
A little? Oh, look at you. Your pocket ripped off your shirt, your face scratched.
Oh, it's all right,
Bill,
Donna. No. Hey, my pocket ripped off. The gun.
Oh, Bill, why did you tell me, please?
Now, hold it, Donna. Give me a second. Yeah, sure, it adds all right. Now, look, get over there, inside the barn, and scream. Long and loud, huh?
Scream?
Yeah, it's our only chance. Go on, do as I say, Donna. Scream.
All right. I'll do it, Phil, whatever you say.
The second Donna cut loose, I stepped out of sight behind a tree that was opposite the barn, and I kept my eyes glued to the door of the workshop I just left. I waited for the shattering report of the gun I was afraid I'd hear. But then the door flew open, and Helen was running out toward the barn, and Donna screamed. My .38 clenched in a handkerchief in her right hand. A look of stark bewilderment stamped over her face.
Donna, answer me. What's wrong? Oh, what are you doing there by the barn? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know?
Leave it to me, Helen. Let's have that gun back without further discussion. Yes. There. Now get back against that wall and don't move an inch.
No. Phil, what is all this?
Attempted murder, honey. She's all right.
Attempted murder? You mean Helen here was going to try and kill someone?
Yeah, herself.
Or suicide?
Uh-huh. Suicide. That would be called murder and pinned on me. It's going to be her way of getting even.
I know, Phil. I can't believe
She tried to once, honey, the explosion at the cabin. When that failed and everybody knew how she felt about me, a warped mind hit upon this little plan, and all the pieces would have fit tight, too.
What pieces? What do you mean?
That one, we argued. Two, she came to my room tonight and ripped the pocket off this plaid shirt so that we'd find it clenched in her hand after she was dead. You see it?
Oh.
Three, she stole my .38, which has my fingerprints on it. And four, she left an obvious clue on the floor of the kitchen, a wood shaving that would bring me out here on the run. So everybody could find me close by when it happened. Oh, yeah, it was tight, all right. Tight as a hangman's noose.
And then she was going to shoot herself, Phil, just after you left her. And that's why you made me scream?
Yeah. And that's why now, Donna, later tonight, I'm going to tell her something that I intended to break to her gently.
Oh.
Something I was going to tell Mama Baraki first. Something I hoped would straighten her out.
What, Phil?
Well, your brother Virgil didn't die the moment he was shot, Donna. He lived long enough to ask one thing of me.
What are you trying to say, Phil?
But I never let Helen or you people here know about the woman he was in love with in L.A. The woman through whom I tracked him down.
Oh, Phil.
Yeah.
Phil. Well, I guess it wouldn't be good for her.
If I was around too much? No, honey, not for a while, anyway. Wouldn't be good for any of us, huh? Come on, Donna, let's get her into the house.
Yes. Yes, Phil.
Well, it was the next morning. I went into the kitchen for some coffee and found myself all alone. Donna wasn't any place in sight. So I got my things together and walked slowly down to my car, and when I got in, I didn't feel like leaving. Not right away. And I was glad that warming up my motor was the smart thing to do. Gave me time to light a cigarette and think. Look around. Back toward Echo Lodge, where I could see Donna waving goodbye from an upstairs window. I'd see her again in a little while. It was a small world, all right. Full of echoes. And just think how the web of paths we call coincidence had brought me and those who knew and loved Virgil together. Someday, maybe, Donna and I would be looking for each other. And those paths would make it a lot easier.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Sammy Hill, Betty Lou Gerson, Verna Felton, Frank Gerstle, and Junius Matthews. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a peddler of pulp paper love, a blackmailer with muscles, a south of the border chiseler, a simpering prude, and a corpse in a bedroom, all had one thing in common. Each was a woman.
Al Jolson will pay another of those wonderful visits to Bing Crosby this Wednesday night. And the gags and songs will again fly thick and fast. Bing and Al will team up to sing Waiting for the Robert E. Lee and Whispering. And as for the gags, well, just tune in on most of these same CBS stations. Remember, that's this Wednesday night, the CBS Bing Crosby Show. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS network stations. This is CBS, where You Bet Your Life with Groucho Marx every Wednesday, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington.
United States Counterspies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the Hijacked Country, a thrilling counter-spy report to the American people. One evening in the assembly hall of Counterspy headquarters in Washington, Chief David Harding was addressing a Counterspy training group of over 100 young men and women.
Lecture 17, Technique of Modern Revolution. In years to come, many of you will serve in foreign posts, and I want you to know how a few daring individuals can seize an entire country. In former times, pitched battles were fought. In modern times, control is cleverly seized by shrewdly planned action. Battles come later. Maybe. Now, this technique of revolution may also be used for other purposes. As we learned when I recently sent my assistant Harry Peters to Costaguana in South America, where, as you know, the United States is interested in Las Rosas pitchblende mines for uranium. Peters.
Yes, Mr. Harding.
With that map, will you tell the group something about Costaguana?
Well, Costaguana lies on the east coast of South America, neighboring on Puerto Blanca. Spanish is the language of the population, mostly farmers and ranchers, of 1,200,000. A close friend of the United States, Costaguana has no army, only a national police force of some 800 men. Las Rosas pitchblende mines are in the mountains, here. And that was where I reported to the administrative officer, one Colonel Juan Martino. Easy, Chico. Easy, boy. I beg your pardon, Colonel Martino?
Yes, senor?
I'm Harry Peters, United States Counterspies. My credentials and orders to report to you, sir.
Ah, Senor Peters, welcome to Las Rosas Mines. Did you have a good journey?
Fine, thank you, sir. I flew to Porto Alegre and then took ship to Costaguana, and by horse up here into the mountains. I'm surprised that road can't be used by cars and trucks.
Next year we plan to build a new highway, Senor Peters. Have you seen yet the counter-spy you will replace as security officer?
Jorgensen? Yes, sir, I have. He's very anxious to start the long trip home.
Yes, no doubt.
You know, Colonel, I've never seen such beautiful mountains. The contrast with the tropical seacoast is amazing.
And the life, too, Senor Peters. Here we work day and night. 2,000 miners and their machines to get pitch blende. But in the tropical climate of the coast, there is relaxation, gaiety. And, of course, it is down there they make the political troubles.
Mm-hmm.
I hope there will be no troubles while you are here.
Tell me, how often do you deliver pitch blende ore to the coast, Colonel?
Oh, once a month, senor. In fact, a shipment is about to leave. Here come. One manner of working will interest you, ours, and you should know all the details in any case.
Do you keep an armed force here, Colonel?
A few men, senor. But when we send the ore down to the port, police are sent from the capital to various danger points on the road. We take no chances.
I see. My duties, I understand, include riding down with the ore shipment next month.
Yes. But this time, of course, you need not go, since the other counterspy starts his journey home. Here we are.
Well, that's quite a sight, Colonel.
You see those carts, each drawn by 8 mules with bells and handled by a driver and a relief man? Oh, yes. Now they are about to start.
So long, Jorgensen. Give my regards to Mr. Harding.
Better. Come in. Wait, Pascal. Stand right there.
Senor Fulton, you put a hole in my new hat.
I ought to have put it in your head, Pascal. I've been waiting for you for 2 weeks. When did you arrive from Costaguana?
An hour ago, Senor Fulton, and I stopped on the way only to buy this new hat. Costaguana, the hats are not good. I must always buy them here in Puerto Blanca. Now I must buy another.
You and your hats. Have you any news?
Si. Last, Senor Fulton. All is in readiness.
Men?
100 men you can trust to the day.
Weapons?
Submachine guns, 80. Garand rifles, 20. Automatics, 40.
Yes.
And grenades, 6 for each man. Ammunition, more than enough. Knives, 1 for each man.
Good. Technicians?
5 men. Experts in all means of communications, telephone and radio.
And the next shipment from the mine?
Well, one shipment left the Las Rosas mines 3 weeks ago. The next will go in next Tuesday.
And the shipment is worth? How much would you say, Pascal?
Quien sabe? $1 million? $2 million?
10 million.
I am overcome by amazement, senor, every time I reflect upon this scheme of yours. To steal an entire shipload of uranium ore.
Steal a shipload? Why, Pascal, we're going to hold up an entire country. The greatest hijack in history. Making prisoners of over 1 million people for as long as we need. And right under the noses of the whole world. Why, we'll knock their eyes out. Like this. 1, 2, 3.
Soon, Senor Peters, this vein of the mine will be extended another 500 feet into the mountain.
I see. How long will the mine last, Colonel?
Well, the experts tell me 50 years, Senor. But let us hope that before that the world will have no more need of uranium for bombs, but only for peace.
You can double that, Colonel.
You have seen almost everything, Senor. Shall we go back to the surface?
I'm ready. I make my first trip with the card convoy on Tuesday. I've got some reports to send first to Washington, just saying everything under control.
In a moment, Senor Fulton, we will be at the presidential palace of Costaguana.
No danger of President Ramos changing my appointment, is there, Pascal?
Oh, no, senor. He's a mild little man, a former professor at the university. And your appointment was made by important friends of ours. And while you are with him, 2 of our men will stay in the anteroom and make sure no one intrudes.
honor to Costaguana, Senor Fulton. So many important American businessmen like yourself come here to help develop our country.
I appreciate your feelings, Mr. President.
Now, I wish you to tell me in what way I can help. As President of Costaguana, I am anxious to convince our good friends of North America that we will do everything...
Mr. President, you don't have to convince anybody in the States. Just me, right here in your office.
But you produce a pistol. I do not understand this kind of American joke.
It's no joke, Mr. President.
I am the president in the very center of our capital city. It is incredible.
You mean you don't believe I'd kill you?
Kill me?
All you have to do is to believe your eyes. Look at this gun. Think about a bullet coming out of it, aimed at your chubby little body.
I understand. But why do you do this?
I'm taking over your whole country. For a day, 2 days, a week. As long as I need it.
Revolution. But you must have an army, thousands of men. You...
Mr. President, I am pulling my revolution with just 100 men. In the modern way.
You are a madman, Senor Fulton.
Am I, Mr. President? Your country has no army, so I need only 3 points of control. You for the top authority, communications, and the police. With those in my hands, everything will seem to go on as before, except for this gun aimed at your stomach. The greatest hijack in the world, the whole country. Simple, isn't it, Mr. President?
Take your 5 men into this wing of the building, the telephone section. Proclaim the revolution in the name of the people, and kill any of those people who make trouble. What? Luis, 10 men into the radio and telegraph section. Take control. Then keep everything going as usual. What? March! All right, the rest of you, with me into this wing. The administration. Come. Attention! Men, take a position. All right, all of you, listen. We proclaim a revolution in the name of the people. No one will be hurt unless he makes trouble. Go on doing your jobs as if nothing had happened. If you fail or try to escape, look at my men all around the room. And look at their guns. You, senor. You are the director of communications?
Si, but please have your revolution, but do not disturb us.
You will make no trouble?
Oh, no trouble. I only want everything to go smoothly. It is very hard to make things go smoothly. I do not want your revolution to disturb everything.
Very good. A healthy way to feel. The rest of the building is already in our hands. A man trying to escape. Shoot him, you fool! Silence! Silence! That is what happens to anyone who makes trouble. Is that clear? Now, Senor Director, you will pick up that telephone and connect me directly with the office of Presidente Ramos.
What?
The direct private number.
This is the only please do not disturb the communication.
I will take that telephone.
Hello.
Senor Fulton, it is Pasco. We are in total command.
Good work. And on time, too. President Ramos has just signed his first order. But, of course, you know what it is.
Si, Senor Fulton. We will transmit that order at once.
To Chief of National Police, an order from the President to remove all police from their positions along the road from Las Rosas mine. Presidente Juan Ramos.
Now, Mr. President, do I pull this trigger? Or do you telephone this next message I've written out for you?
Very well. Hello? You will send this telegram to Las Rosas mine by order of Presidente Ramos. Emergency. To safeguard the pitch blend. The shipment will be taken by the convoy not to the freighter USS Flygull as previously ordered, but to the independent freighter at Pier 14. Signed, Ramos, Presidente.
Urgent message from Mr. Harding. This is Peters in Costaguana. Just received orders signed by President Ramos to divert current pitchblende shipment from regular ship to another. Colonel Martino in command here, not disturbed, but I am. Also, farmers from neighborhood report that all police have been removed from danger points along highway. Fearing political trouble, I am requesting investigation and return advice. Call 030. Every hour on the hour.
Mr. Harding will reach our destination in about 2 hours.
Thanks, Edward. I'm seriously worried by Peter's latest reports. They suggest a revolution. We'll have to land in Puerto Blanca across the frontier from Costaguana. I wish I knew what's happened to Peter.
Peters, the convoy is ready to leave the mine.
Colonel Martino, I beg you once more, telephone the President's office for a confirmation of this order to deliver to a different ship.
I'm a soldier, senor. I cannot question orders.
Colonel, look. Just arriving. Isn't that a detachment of mounted police?
Ah, yes. You see, senor, your field was fully.
Martino?
Martino,
I am Captain Potts. I have orders to escort the convoy to the harbor with these 50 men.
Very good, Captain Pasco. This is Senor Peters of the United States Counterspy.
Ah, you will be with us, senor?
Yes.
Colonel Martino, do you know this man?
No, but still he has the order.
Colonel, the police have been removed, and now this officer you don't know with a police detachment you didn't expect.
See, Senor Peters. Captain Pasco, will you and your men please dismount? The convoy cannot start. The women's waiting.
Wait? My orders are to start at once.
Captain, you take your orders from the colonel.
I do not take any from you, Counterspy. And arrest the Americans.
Wait, Captain.
Be quiet, Colonel.
What?
You will be shot next, Counterspy, unless you do obey orders.
Not your orders.
Pasco, come back here.
Captain, he is running away.
Sergeant, take 2 men and follow him. The rest of you, start the convoy.
Mr. Harding, we're coming down to land.
Yeah. Hope this plane isn't too big for the landing strip.
It's about.
All right, Edward. Let's go.
Oh, that's Peters, Mr. Harding. Got here safely.
Hello, Peter. Hi, Edward. Well, good to see you, Peter.
And a narrow squeak, huh?
Yes. After I broke away from that phony police captain, Pasco, 3 men trailed me for about 6 hours as I headed for the border in this rendezvous point.
Yeah?
I lost them early this morning.
Peters, we've had some reports during our flight from the secret listening post we maintain in Costaguana.
Yes? There doesn't seem to be a real revolution going on. Neither the radio broadcast nor the newspapers have mentioned it. But communications and the police and President Ramos seem to be under outside control.
All to steal that shipment of ore.
That scheme, Mr. Harding. Who's at the head of it, Peters?
No idea at all.
Well, whoever it is certainly understands modern methods. All he sees are the 3 things he needs most: authority through the president, force through the police, and communications.
But why steal a shipload of pitchblende ore?
It might be transferred to other ships at sea under the orders of some country that need uranium. They'll all have scattered before anything can be done.
What are our chances now, Chief?
Have you got your shortwave radio, Peter?
Yes.
Now, we'll use that to reach our listening post in the capital of Costaguana. Pull together a force of armed men. We'll meet them at the seaport at the point where the highway from the mountains reaches the dock area. Let's go. Come in, Castro.
Sí, señor. I see everything is calm elsewhere in the presidential palace.
And it's calm in here, too.
El Senor Presidente.
Sleep. Collapsed. I'm dead myself. Haven't slept for 48 hours. Have you got any news since that counterspy escaped you?
Sí. When I came into the city just a while ago, I obtained several reports from our own observers. There are rumors around the city of other counterspies.
Other counterspies?
Sí.
How did they get into the country without my knowing?
The rumors say they came from over the frontier.
And you've got to assign men, not police, some of our own men, to hunt them down and kill them.
I will do so.
Now, the convoy to the mine. It's due to arrive at the ship at 7 tonight, right?
In 2 hours.
Good. You go and send the men out after those counterspies, then phone me here and I'll join you at the ship. Now go on, get going. Hold it, men. Well, we've overpowered the outside guards of the communications building. Now the big job. The administration wing. I'm afraid we can't take it without violence.
There must be a lot of the regular personnel being held in there, Mr. Harding.
We'll have to break in and warn them fast before any shooting starts.
That's my job.
Attention, everybody. Throw yourselves on the floor. Abajo.
Please do not disturb everything.
You men with machine guns, surrender. All right, men, fire!
From United States Counterspy, Chief of National Police. Criminal revolutionary plot exposed. Attempt to steal entire shipload of pitch blendor. Your loyal cooperation requested. We have just learned that the convoy is already at the dock. Please concentrate every available man at Pier 14. Counterspies will meet you there.
All you men, unload those carts onto the ship, and fast. Castro.
Sí, señor Potter.
See that our men keep the loading going fast. See, the whole job has to be done in 6 hours. Ship sails with the morning tide, and we've got to be ready.
Sí, señor. I will get ready.
Fulton! Here's John Fulton on this dock.
Señor, name? Who wants John Fulton?
This is David Harding, United States Counterspies. The entire dock is surrounded by 500 armed police. We call on you to surrender.
No surrender, Harding.
It's my duty to warn you to try to save the lives of innocent people. If you personally do not surrender, we attack.
Señor Potter, we are defeated.
Not yet, Castro. Maybe they'll get me, but I get Harding first. Get out of my way.
What's your answer, Fulton?
I'm coming. You men, clear out of my way.
Señor, I did of it. Oh, my kids. Look.
Which one of you is David Harding?
I'm Harding, Fulton. Tell your men on this dock to drop their weapons. You drop that pistol.
The light's not good here, Harding. Step out where I can see you better.
With pleasure. But don't try anything. There are 5 rifles aimed right at you. Can you see me clearly enough now?
Yes. Do you know what you've done, Harding? You've spoiled the biggest crime in history. Hijacking a whole country.
It was well planned, Fulton. You wasted a good brain on a useless crime.
I'll be famous forever, Harding.
For this scheme of yours?
Yes. And also because I'll be the man who killed you.
We got it, Dick. The rest of you men, surrender.
He didn't hit you, did he, Chief? I threw myself aside as he fired. One bullet got me in the arm, the left.
We'll get you to a doctor.
No, it's a flesh wound. We can bind it up for a moment. I guess a little blood's a cheap price to pay for putting this fellow Fulton out of the way. Peters, what an amazing waste of ability.
Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York and was directed by Leonard L. Bass, dramatized by Paul R. Milton, and featured John McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer with music by Jesse Crawford.
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's the case of the Poker Murders. Another case for that most famous of all manhunters, a detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Deep in the waterfront section of the city, there lies a condemned slum area. The streets dark and deserted, lined with empty, crumbling tenements. Deep in a grimy tenement deep within, a masked man sits in a hidden room and plays solitaire. This is the sinister master of crime known as the Ace of Spades.
Yes?
6 and 7 are close to see you, Ace.
Send them in.
Well, here we are, Chief.
Yeah. You're 5 minutes late.
Oh, sorry, Ace. The cops are watching this area. We had trouble slipping in.
Since when have I accepted excuses?
Yeah, boss, we know.
What about the other 3? Are they waiting at the rendezvous?
Yes, sir.
Did you both memorize my instructions?
We got him down cold, Chief, but suppose there's a hitch.
There won't be a hitch. The Ace of Spades doesn't make mistakes. Of course, if you make one.
No, we won't, Ace. You can depend on us.
All right. Now, you two had better get going.
Yeah, okay.
One thing.
What is it, Chief?
Don't forget to leave your calling cards. I don't want to disappoint my dear friend, Sergeant Matheson.
Extra! Extra! Ace of Spades strikes again! First storage warehouse rob! $250,000 in furs looted! God killed us! Poker gang makes clean getaway! Extra! Read all about
Hey, there's a Mr. Ralph Williams here to see you.
Ralph Williams?
Special investigator for Acme Underwriters.
Oh. Show him in, Patsy. With the retainer they're paying me, I have to see him.
This way, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Carter, my company's in trouble.
Yes? Well, sit down, Mr. Williams. Tell me about it.
As you know, we're the biggest underwriters in the business. But this first storage robbery yesterday, we can't take any more of those.
Oh, the Ace of Spades, huh?
Yes. Whoever he is, he's hit us 5 times in the last 2 weeks. We're paying out a fortune in claims.
You're working with the police on this?
The police? They're helpless. The Ace of Spades has been too smart for them. Take that fur warehouse job last night, for instance.
Yes?
Every burglar alarm was cut or disconnected. The vault combinations were known beforehand, and the locations of the most valuable furs.
What about the guard? Was he one of your own operatives?
Yes, one of our best men, too. They locked him into one of the refrigerated vaults.
Mm-hmm. The Ace of Spades men leave the usual calling cards?
Yes. It was a 5-man job, apparently. They left the 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of clubs.
Oh, straight flush. It's a pretty high poker hand. Among his other accomplishments, our friend seems to have a perverted sense of humor.
Well, it's a brand of humor I can't say I relish. Mr. Carter, will you help us with the case?
I will. Tell you the truth, Mr. Williams, I was just about to drop down and discuss it with my old friend, Sergeant Matheson, in the Homicide Division. You see, the gentleman who calls himself the Ace of Spades interests me no end.
I'm looking forward to meeting him personally.
Black. Put her on.
Ace, I got to see you.
I thought I told you never to come down here.
I just heard some news. Nick Carter.
I know he's been called in by Acme underwriters.
How did you know?
I make it my business to know everything, my dear.
But Ace, Nick Carter's clever, dangerous.
Yes, I know. It will be intriguing to match wits with him. Now then, my dear, you'd better run along. You've work to do tonight.
Aren't you even going to see me?
I'm sorry, but I'm busy.
I know. You're playing solitaire. Sometimes I think you love that game more than you love me.
Come, my dear, there's no basis for comparison. Solitaire, like every other card game, is relaxing. Women, when they're as lovely as you, are exciting.
Ace, please.
Good night, my dear.
Nick, you won't be late for Rhoda Stanley's birthday party, will you?
No, Patsy. You drop me at headquarters and go right on. I'll join you later.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's funny the way I bumped into Rhoda after all these years. I hadn't seen her since college, and then all of a sudden I was standing in a nylon line at Trimbo's, and there she was.
Yes, and now we're going to a birthday party.
Uh-huh. The minute she found out I worked with you, she insisted on our coming. She's dying to meet you, and, well, I promised to produce. You sure you don't mind, Nick?
No, of course not, Patsy.
Oh, it ought to be something. She's married to John Stanley.
The banker?
Uh-huh, that's right. Which is the same thing as saying she's married to $10 million. And I was the girl in my graduating class voted most likely to succeed.
Well, Patsy, it's a funny thing.
What's funny?
Stanley's Bank, the Marine Trust, is putting up the capital to tear down that slum area where the Ace of Spades is supposed to be hiding.
Oh, do you really think that's where the Ace of Spades' hideout is?
Could be. There are more than 200 abandoned tenements down there. And the 2 patrolmen murdered in that section seem to point to it.
Oh, I won't forget those 2 homicides in a hurry. Each of them had a playing card pinned right over the bullet holes.
Yes, a pair of jacks. Fair sample of the Ace's grisly humor.
What kind of a man can he be anyway?
Infernally clever, Betsy. We know that much. A brilliant planner with a mind that doesn't overlook the minutest details that might trap him.
But why all those poker hands whenever he's pulled a job?
He's an egotist. Type of criminal who glorifies his crimes. Enjoys leaving his signatures at each one of them.
Oh. This close enough, Nick?
Yes, I can walk the other half block to headquarters.
Nick, please be careful. Don't take any chances.
Now, don't worry. The Ace of Spades may play his cards according to Hoyle. But I'll play him any way I can to win. Hi, Matty.
Oh, Nick. Well, to tell you the truth, for once, I'm glad to see you. This Ace of Spades has really got me on the merry-go-round. First, he knocks over 2 of our best cops. Then he kills this watchman on that warehouse job last night, and he leaves nothing. No evidence. Except those blasted playing cards.
Yes, I know.
Nick, I tell you, this Ace of Spades is like a ghost. His whole case like a nightmare.
Matty, have you got the cards his men left?
Yeah, here they are.
Common pattern. They sell hundreds of decks like this all over town. What about the...
Fingerprints?
Yes.
No, none. We powdered every card. Even used the iodine test. Nothing doing.
Suppose you searched that abandoned slum area.
Look, are you kidding, Nick? Of course we did. The night Burke and Finnegan were killed, we went through it with a fine-tooth comb. A devil of a job it was, too.
Yes, I can imagine. Inasmuch that place has been blacked out ever since the city decided to dismantle their street lamps in the area to save electricity.
Yeah.
With all these hundreds of empty tenements, the Ace could change his headquarters at will. Why, you could drive a car through there with the headlights turned off and never be seen.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes it tough. The place is as black as, the Ace of Spades. I got a couple of men down there now nosing around. Not that I expect to find anything. Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Nolan's calling in from a call box down in that tenement area, Sarge.
Yeah?
Shall I switch you on?
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
Hello? Hello, is that you, Sarge?
Yeah. What is it, Nolan?
Well, Connors and myself saw a light in one of these here tenements.
What? Are you sure?
Yeah, positive. The light's gone now, but we got the place spotted. Shall we go in and investigate?
No. Now listen, Nolan. You and Connors stay there and keep your eyes peeled on that tenement.
Yeah?
I'll be right down with the squad.
Okay, Sarge. We'll be on the corner. Hey, Sarge.
Nolan!
You say that call box was located at the corner of 16th Street and Avenue F, Matty?
Yeah, that's right, Nick. A couple more blocks and we'll be there.
From the looks of things, you must have every cruise car in the force in this area now.
Yeah. But judging by what's gone before, I don't think it's going to do us any good.
Matty, just look at this area. Nothing but rows and rows of dark tenements and boarded-up stores.
Yeah,
Well, look, there isn't a whole pane of glass in the place. The streets and the sidewalks are certainly littered with this flesh.
Hey, Nick, I heard a shot.
Take it easy, Matty. Take it easy. One of your boys up ahead just blew a tire. Picked up a piece of broken glass, probably.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this place gives me the creeps, I guess. There's the call box that Nolan called from.
I don't see anything. You, Matty?
No. Nolan and Connors must be somewhere around, one way or the other.
Better hug the walls, Matty.
Yeah.
Right now we're out in the open like a couple of sitting pigeons. The Ace. Matty. Here in this doorway.
Nolan and Connors, dead.
Yes, riddled by bullets. And look, Matty. The Ace left his usual calling cards. The Jack of Hearts on Nolan and the Jack of Diamonds on Connors.
And Burke and Finnegan drew a pair of Jacks, too, when they were murdered down here.
4 Jacks. 4 of a kind. Well, whatever the Ace of Spades is, Matty, he's consistent. He's still killing. And according to Hoyle.
Patsy, what's happened to the master detective you promised to produce tonight?
Well, I can't understand what's keeping Nick, Rhoda. He was supposed to be here long ago.
Well, we won't worry about it. Let's just have another cocktail, huh? After all, it is my wife's birthday.
As you know, Patsy, I'm a lucky woman to be Mrs. John Stanley. Look at the birthday present John gave me. This necklace.
Oh, I've been noticing that, Rhoda. Matched diamond, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a magnificent thing. Oh, that must be Nick now.
I'll get it. What the devil?
All right, Stanley, get those hands up.
Yeah, and fast. Hey, now, wait a minute. What does this mean?
We're playing cops and robbers. That's why we're wearing these masks.
But you...
Shut up, Stanley. I'll do all the talking around here. All right, Joe, get to work on that wall safe. It's behind that picture. You know the combination.
Right.
John, all my jewelry's in there.
No, my dear. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do now.
Or any other time.
Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
Yeah, lady, I sure am. How you doing, Joe?
Okay. Just got the safe open.
Swell. Now, Mrs. Stanley, I'll take that necklace.
Oh, John, my birthday present.
Will you give it to me, or do I have to tear it off your neck?
Rhoda, I'm afraid you'll have to do as he says.
No, I won't.
Oh, Rhoda, your husband's right. We're helpless now. These
No,
men are...
they're not going to take my necklace.
All right, lady. Looks like I'll have to rip it off that pretty white neck of yours.
Take your hands off my wife.
Shut up, Stanley. Stay where you are.
I said let her alone, you hear? Take your hands up.
John!
Nice work, pal.
Yeah. Haven't had a chance to use that blackjack in a long time.
You killed him. He isn't breathing.
Naturally, lady. That was no love tap I gave him.
Oh.
You got all that stuff out of the safe, Joe?
Yeah. Everything's worked like clockwork. As the chief would say, according to plan.
You'll pay for this. Both of you.
That's what you think, lady. Oh, here's a couple of calling cards. Just to, remember us by.
So they left the Ace of Hearts and the Ace of Clubs, Patsy?
Yes, Nick, and both of the men were masked. We couldn't tell who they were.
They hit John. They killed him. He tried to protect
Oh,
me.
now, Rhoda, don't try to talk. You've had a terrible shock. Just lie back on the couch and try to rest. The doctor will be here soon.
John.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Stanley. But someday you'll have the satisfaction of seeing those killers go to the chair.
Nick, one of those crooks said everything went according to plan. Do you think the Ace of Spades planned John's murder?
Yes, Patsy, I do.
But it was so wanton.
Whenever the Ace of Spades kills, he kills for a reason. He isn't the type to kill just for the pleasure of it. Now, Patsy, did you notice anything about these thugs? Anything unusual that might give us a clue?
Oh, no, they were both masked, about medium height, wore black gloves. And... Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
I do remember something now. When the man who hit John with the blackjack raised his arm, I saw his cufflinks.
And what about them?
They were little black aces of clubs.
Unusual. Do they look expensive?
Oh, yes, very. And not the usual kind of thing you'd pick up in a jewelry store. Probably made to order.
Patsy, you're magnificent.
I am, Nick?
You are. You've stumbled on something we've badly needed in this case. A good lead. From now on, we're going to play a little game.
A little game?
Mm-hmm.
Of what?
A little game of poker.
Mind if I use your phone, Sergeant Matheson?
No, not at all, Mr. Williams.
Sergeant, my company is demanding action from you and Mr. Carter here.
Yes. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Williams.
Frankly, we can't wait for anything much longer. You realize the losses Acme underwriters are taking? Hello. Hello, Boulevard Garage. This is Mr. Williams. Is my car ready? What? 2 new tires. I see the old ones are pretty badly cut up, eh? Well, that makes 3 new tires in all. Uh-huh. All right, go ahead. I suppose it can't be helped.
Car trouble, huh?
Yes, but that's the least of my worries, Mr. Carter. My firm's insured the Stanley jewels along with that diamond necklace for almost $100,000. Unless you nail down the ace of spades pretty quickly.
Well, might as well try to nail down a ghost.
We'll do what we can, Mr. Williams. I've got a lead on him now, I think.
What lead?
Well, I'd rather not say until I'm sure it'll be of value.
Very well. I don't care how you get the ace of spades as long as you get him. And soon. Good day, gentlemen.
Goodbye. Hey, Nick, what's this lead you're talking about?
I'll let you know, Mary, when and if it pays dividends. Oh, by the way,
Yeah. Now, wait a minute. Homicide, Sergeant Matheson?
Sergeant, is Nick there?
Oh, yeah, sure, Patsy. Yeah, Nick, it's for you.
Hello, Patsy. Did you find anything?
Plenty. I canvassed the big jewelry store just as you told me to do.
And?
After walking my feet off and talking to about 100 supercilious jewelry clerks, I finally made a strike at Rosaliell.
They make up those cufflinks?
Yes.
Did they have a carbon of the sales slip?
Yes, Nick, they did. The man who ordered those cufflinks was Frankie Morello.
Morello, huh? Good work, Patsy. Go home now. Soak your feet in hot water. I'll let you know when I need you again.
Yes?
Hey, Ace of Clubs is here to see you.
Send him in.
Hello, Chief. You sent for me?
Yes, Frankie. Sit down.
Thanks. Well, Chief, how'd you like the way Joe and me pulled off that Stanley job, huh?
That's an interesting pair of cufflinks you're wearing, Frankie. Little aces of clubs, eh?
Yeah, pretty neat if I do say so. Had 'em made to order.
That was very careless of you, Frankie.
Ace, what do you mean by that?
You wore them on the Stanley job. You gave Nick Carter a clue. You'll find out who you are sooner or later.
Yeah, but Chief,
Nick Carter's a dangerous man with a clue, Frankie. Now he hopes to get at me through you. It's going to be embarrassing to have you around.
Hey, Chief, I didn't wear these cufflinks at the Stanleys. I swear I didn't.
Oh, didn't you, Frankie?
No, you gotta believe me. Yeah, Ace.
Send in the Queen of Hearts.
Right. What?
Meet the Queen of Hearts, Frankie.
You?
Yes, Frankie. It's I.
Sorry, Frankie.
Chief, no. No!
Corpse of gangster, extra, Riddle!
A fine state of affairs, Nick. Frankie Morello, our only clue wiped out.
Yes.
But only you and I knew about that cufflinks clue, Nick. What is this ace of spades, a mind reader?
Patsy, you forget.
Huh?
When you and I were discussing it at John Stanley's house, someone else was there who could have overheard us.
Oh, Nick, you're not suggesting that Rhoda...
She was in the room with us when we talked it over.
Well, I know, but she was in a severe state of shock.
Was she?
Nick, you don't mean...
I mean that things are beginning to add up. Look, Patsy, those crooks knew where the wall safe was, even at the combination.
Oh, yes, that's right.
The ace of spades could have received that valuable information direct from Rhoda.
Yes, but we can't be sure of that, Nick.
No, but there's one thing we can be sure of. Neither you nor I tipped off the ace of spades about that cufflinks clue. And somebody did. And the ace felt it was important enough to force him to destroy the evidence, his own henchman.
It must have been Rhoda who tipped him off. She was the only other person who knew about the cufflinks.
Exactly.
I can't believe it. What? Well, I knew Rhoda Stanley well. Of course, I haven't seen her for... Oh, Nick, how could Rhoda be an accomplice to the murder of her husband right before her own eyes?
Patsy, those jewels in the safe were insured for $100,000. That's a lot of money. Not to mention the millions that John Stanley probably left her in his will.
But if Rhoda's mixed up in this, then who is the ace of spades?
I've got a hunch, but I'm not positive yet. Whoever he is, he has an intimate knowledge of the jobs he tackles. And all these jobs have been pulled off against Acme underwriters. Patsy, suppose someone had easy access to the files of the company.
Files?
Yes, on banks, first storage vaults, and other properties, giving their floor layouts, burglar alarm setups, and so forth. A clever crook could pull off a nice, clean job with this information, couldn't he?
Yes. Oh, but there might be any number of men who'd have access to this information. Adjusters, executives, insurance actuaries, any number of people on the inside.
True, but we can narrow it down further. This man, this ace of spades, would not only have to be an inside man, he'd have to be someone who got around on the outside, too. Knew all these places by actual experience because he'd visited them. That's the only way he could operate the way he's doing.
Wait a minute, Nick. You mean...
I'm not sure, Patsy, but I hope to know within an hour. Come on, get your hat, let's go.
Go? Go where?
To the Boulevard Garage. That's where Ralph Williams keeps his car.
Nick, that garage attendant looked a little suspicious when you told him you were a dealer and that Mr. Williams sent you down to make an estimate on his car.
I'm going to make an estimate, all right. Here we are.
Nick, you still haven't told me why you're interested in Mr. Williams' car.
Not interested in the car itself. Just the tires.
The tires?
Yes. I understand 3 of his tires were cut up so badly I had to have new ones. I think I know what cut his tires that way. I want to be sure.
Well, hurry up. That attendant is keeping his eye on us.
Patsy, I've found what I've been looking for.
Nick, I just don't get it.
Here, take a good look at all 4 of these tires.
Huh?
See the glass particles in the treads? There's old tires, full of them.
Yes, but what do they mean?
I mean that Mr. Williams has been driving this car over roads littered with broken glass. And the only place in town where there are roads like that is in the abandoned slum section.
Then, Nick, what you're saying is that Ralph Williams is the ace of spades.
Yes. And I'd bet every poker chip in the pot on it.
Investigation, Williams speaking. Who? Claims Department. Oh, yes, Mr. Redden. Funny, I was just talking to Mrs. Stanley. She's right here in my office now. No, we haven't been able to break that Stanley case. The ace of spades got clean away with those jewels. Huh? I know it's a lot of money, but we're licked and we'll have to pay the claim. Yes, I know, and you're perfectly right. But even Nick Carter's fallen down on this one. All right, Mr. Redden. Goodbye. Well, my dear, it looks as though you're in. They're going to okay the claim.
When will it come through? The cash, I mean.
Sometime next week. And after that, my dear, I suggest you go away for a long vacation trip. In fact, I think I'll join you myself. It's getting pretty warm in town. Yes, come in.
A messenger brought this letter for you, Mr. Williams.
Oh, thank you, Miss Hamilton. From Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? I wonder what he wants.
Oh, now, my dear, nothing to be nervous about. Let's see. There's nothing in it but a playing card.
Yes. But look at that card. It's the Joker.
Nick, the messenger left Williams' office 5 minutes ago.
I know. It's almost dark. He'll be out soon. When he does, Patsy, we'll tail him.
Nick, why did you send him that Joker?
Just having a little fun. In the ace's own way.
But isn't that dangerous? Shouldn't we have just gone up and got him? What if he gets away?
He won't. You forget one thing, Patsy.
What?
The loot. The ace is almost $500,000 salted away somewhere. And he's certainly not going to leave town without picking it up. That's the big reason why I sent him the Joker. He knows around with him now. It'll flush him out.
Of course. And he'll lead us right to the hideaway.
If everything goes according to Hoyle.
Nick, do you think it's in one of those slum tenements somewhere?
I'd bet on it. Can't think of a better place to hide anything. Here, wait a minute. Yes. Here comes Williams out of his building now.
Yes, and Rhoda Stanley's with him. They're getting into a taxi.
All right, Betsy. Here we go.
Nick, look. They've stopped at the Riverview boathouse.
Yes. They're getting into a launch.
But I don't understand. This means they're not going to the tenement area.
On the contrary, Betsy. You forgot one thing. The river fronts that area, and the boat running quietly with its lights out might get in a lot easier than a car, especially when all the streets are being watched.
We can't let them get away, Nick. What now?
I'm going on to the tenement area. You get Matty on the phone.
Uh-huh.
Have him throw a cordon around this entire area, and tell him to notify the harbor police, too.
All right, Nick.
I fancy make it plain to Matty that the harbor police are not to stop the boat, or just keep them under surveillance. We want the ace to pick up that money before he tries a final getaway.
Well, Nick, it worked out just as you figured. The Ace of Spades came off that boat and went into that 5-story tenement right across the street there.
Yes, lucky your men were posted onto those docks, Matty. Otherwise, we might have missed him.
Well, the Stanley woman's waiting in the boat. We can pick her up later just as soon as we... Hey, Nick.
Huh?
The Ace of Spades is coming out. Get back into the doorway.
He went in empty-handed and came out with a suitcase.
Yeah, that's the swag, all right. Oh, here goes. Just a minute, Ace. What? No! Drop that gun! Drop it, I say!
Nice shot, Matty. Winged him in the arm. Yes, sir. You trumped the Ace of Spades neatly.
Well, Nick, they're starting to tear down these tenements today. Oh, what a place. Even in daylight, it gives me the creeps.
Yes, but someday, they tell me, this is going to be a beautiful housing development with parks and playgrounds for the kids.
Maybe, but right now it looks like a kind of death house. And speaking of the death house, I wonder what the Ace of Spades is thinking about now.
About black on red or red on black?
Nick, what on earth do you mean?
I just spoke to Matty on the phone a few moments ago. He tells me the Ace of Spades sits in the death cell all day and all night, playing solitaire.
Say, Nick, how about giving us a few of the ingredients that make up your story for next week?
Why, sure, Hugh. Take a beautiful young girl who's positive she's going crazy, just as her mother did before her.
Then add her boyfriend, who refused to believe she was losing her mind in spite of the evidence to the contrary.
Mix them together, and add a country doctor who alone knew the secret behind it all.
And you have the tense and unbelievable situation with which Nick was faced.
And what do you call this witch's brew, Nick?
I call it the case of the demented daughter.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of The Shadow comics. In the broadcast of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy, Matty is played by Ed Latimer. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Max Ehrlich. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these mutual stations each week at this same time. This is Hugh Sanders saying so long until next week. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a crash on the highway and ended with a whole city fighting for its life.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Joe's Diner is located about 10 miles out of town on the highway going north to St. Paul. Joe caters to the truck drivers who wrestle those big 20-ton diesel jobs. You know, the ones that scare the pants off you when you have to head over to the side of the road so that they can pass. It's strictly a man's spot. The steaks are juicy, and the conversation even juicier. I stop in there once in a while myself to take on a little of Joe's home cooking and improve my vocabulary, like tonight.
All right.
Oh, how many hands you think I got? Like an octopus?
I grabbed a stool at the counter and waited for Joe to catch up with me. Joe, scrambled eggs when you get to it.
I'll be with you in a minute, Mr. Stone.
Fried and butter, Joe. Lots of butter.
How else?
Good. I'm starved.
9 o'clock. You ain't had your supper yet?
No, that's breakfast. I'm just starting out.
Oh, you're as bad as one of these truck drivers. Here, this'll hold you.
Joe banged a cup of coffee on the counter in front of me, and then it happened. There was a desperate shriek of brakes and a crash out on the highway. In 5 seconds, a dozen men were on their feet racing for the door. Holy mackerel, call the cops, Joe. Tell them to send an ambulance. It was almost a quarter of a mile away, but long before I got there, I could make out the shape of a big semi-trailer truck, and jammed into its rear end a brand-new sedan. We still had about 100 yards to go when the truck roared up and started pulling itself loose from the wrecked car. Get his license number, somebody! But the guy on the truck hadn't put his lights on, and he pulled away before anyone could get close enough. The sedan was there over on one side, and it was a mess. The boys got the car right side up and dragged the driver out. He was soused to the gills. In a little while, the cops were there working him over. And then I saw this other guy over by the ditch across the road. Hey, you all right?
Run out on me. Run out.
Who ran out on you? Are you hurt?
Look, mister, I gotta get away from here.
Oh, I see you were in the truck.
Yeah, I was in the truck. Look, I gotta see a doctor. This hand of mine.
Cops will take care of it for you until the ambulance gets here.
I don't need no ambulance.
Here's another one over here, Sergeant.
Okay. I tell you, I can make it okay.
Well, hello, Stone. How did you get here? Fly?
All right, Sergeant.
This fellow in the wreck?
He was in the truck.
Yeah? What's your name?
Harry Waldo.
Driver's helper?
No, I just bummed a ride. The guy gave me a ride about 100 miles back.
Where do you live?
Here, Chicago.
You get the license number of the truck?
No, I didn't pay no attention.
What was the driver's name, Waldo?
Well, I didn't ask him.
Well, who was he driving for? Was there a sign on the truck?
No, it was dark when he picked me up. I didn't notice.
What was he hauling?
What should I know? I just bummed a ride. Say, who is this guy, officer? Do I have to answer his questions?
It won't hurt any.
Was it a refrigerated truck?
No, it wasn't.
Well, that's the first thing you seem sure of. How come?
Well, it was kind of all beat up, and Well, it just didn't seem like no icebox, that's all.
This guy's trying to play hide-and-go-seek with you, Sergeant. That truck was a cooler, and he knows it.
How come you're so sure?
Ammonia gas. Can't you smell it? It's all over the place, including your overalls. Hose connection must have broken in the crack-up.
Look, wise guy, whoever you are...
Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
This officer wasn't
Come
here.
on. None of that now.
Okay. I'm in the truck. There's a crash, and I get out to see what hit us. And while I'm on the ground, a truck driver pulls out on me. So what does that make me? A suspect in a murder case? Or just paperboy just looking for a story?
Oh, sure. I'm always looking for a story. Brother, this sure has the makings of one. A fish story. The sergeant got a few more vital statistics on Harry Waldo and then let him go with the usual business about keeping in touch in case the police wanted him for further questioning. After the mob cleared, I went over the area again in the dark. There was nothing. In the ditch, I noticed a battered-up wooden box, the kind they ship butter in. There was nothing there. So I went back into Joe's and phoned the story into my paper. I told the city desk where I could be reached, and then I got busy on that much-delayed order of scrambled eggs. Oh, they're good, Joe.
Hey, the others got cold. I made them fresh. Lots of butter, the way you like.
Thanks, Joe.
You know, I can't get over that truck running out on the crash. What do you want to do that for? Must have known it wasn't his fault.
Well, who knows, Joe? Maybe he had a date.
Yeah. Hello? Joe's Diner. Joe's talking. Yeah. Hold on. It's for you, Mr. Stone. Take it in the booth.
Okay. Thank you. Hello.
Andy, this is Mac on the desk.
Oh, well, that figures.
On that crash story you phoned in, is that all you can give us?
What else do you want?
How about the truck? What was it hauling?
Sorry, Mac. All I know is what I phoned in.
Did you ask around?
Well, of course I asked. Nobody knows. If you'd like to send out one of your better men for a follow-up...
Funny stuff, Randy. Could the truck have been hauling butter?
Butter? Why?
Something came in on the wires this afternoon. I thought we could tie it in with the truck running out.
How?
I'll read it to you. It's date line, Emerson, Manitoba, Canada. This city, hard hit by recent floods, reports theft of 21 tons of contaminated butter, which was being removed from the Hijacked Creamery for disposal.
Contaminated?
The condemned butter, bearing the trade name of Dandy D, had been submerged for 3 weeks in stagnant sewage water because of recent flood conditions. Health authorities have expressed fears the butter may become the cause of a widespread typhoid epidemic.
Typhoid?
You think there could be any connection, Randy?
20 tons of typhoid fever in Chicago?
It makes sense, Randy. It's only a little over 900 miles from the border, 2 days by fast truck. And it's a cinch they'd have a tough time getting rid of it any closer. Randy, you still there?
Yeah. I'm not feeling so good, but I'm here.
What's the matter with you?
Just feeling that I'm on the verge of a story, one that I can do without. I ran back out to the ditch where I'd seen the wooden box. It was there all right. My heart sank when I lit a match and read the words, #1 Creamery Butter, Canada. Then I kicked the box over and saw a couple of greasy packages. There was some sort of a wrapping on them. When I read the words Dandy D, I began feeling bugs crawling down my throat. I went back to Joe's and got all the newspaper I could find and a pair of cotton gloves to boot. Then I picked up the box, put it in my car, and drove down to the Star. Mac's eyes popped through his glasses when he saw it. He got some Board of Health official out of bed and gave him the story over the phone. By the time we were through taking pictures, they had a crew of experts there to haul the stuff down to the lab for analysis. In the meantime, I helped Mac fix up a spread for the morning paper in the biggest, blackest type we had.
Well, does that make you feel any better, Randy?
That sure does. That warning ought to make a suspect out of every pound of butter in town. Nobody could possibly buy the stuff now. They'll have to get you.
Randy, there's over $10,000 worth of butter on that truck. Typhoid or no typhoid, those guys are going to try to sell it.
But how can they?
No trick to change the wrapper. Only one way to stop them. Find the truck.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell them that down at police headquarters.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
All right.
Close that door. City desk. Yeah, Mac talking. Oh, you did? You sure?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do all we can. Yeah, thanks for calling.
Who was it?
On your way down to police headquarters, Randy, you can take a little time out to pray. That was the lab man from the Board of Health.
Well, what was the verdict?
That butter is crawling with pestilence and death.
Typhoid?
Pestilence and death. Those were his exact words.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. The NBC chimes are laughing, but they're not keeping the reason a secret. They want everyone to know they're laughing in anticipation of the mad and merry antics in store with two NBC fall favorites, Bob Hope and Groucho Marx. Hope returns to the air over most of these stations on Tuesday evening, October 3rd, just 1 week from tomorrow. Groucho Marx brings his laugh-filled quiz game You Bet Your Life to NBC beginning Wednesday, October 4th. Listen when you hear the three chimes for laughs and more laughs with Bob Hope on October 3rd and Groucho Marx on October 4th. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
At first, the police treated the typhoid butter story like it was a circulation builder for the Star. But bad news travels fast, and by the time I got in to see Police Chief Captain Sorensen, he'd heard all about it. He was a very worried man.
Hello, Randy. Come down to help me word my resignation.
Oh, it's that bad, huh?
Haven't got a thing.
What about that Waldo fellow who was on the truck? Have you picked him up?
He forgot to arrive home after the accident.
Well, that truck's got to hold up someplace.
I've set up roadblocks. I've sent out patrols. There's not a back alley in this city that won't be searched tonight. But we still have no real description of the truck.
Well, have you checked all cold storages and creameries?
First thing, nothing's come in.
You know, Mac thinks they may change the wrappers on the butter. Maybe if you call the printer.
No good, Randy. You can buy wax butter wrappers in any paper supply house. This thing has been pretty well thought out.
Well, no use my adding the confusion around here. I mind if I go down to this Waldo's place and have a look around?
Of course not. It's a boarding house over on St. Mary's Avenue. But look out for the old lady who runs the place. She'll talk you into a corner and keep you there.
Don't worry about me, Captain. With little old ladies, I come out fighting all the time. It was 11:30 when I pulled up in front of Harry Waldo's address. It was one of those sad-looking houses that seemed to be held together by memories of what they used to be 40 years ago. Now there was a sign in front that read, Furnished Rooms, Mrs. Angela Barr. I rang and waited. Someone had drawn the curtains apart a little and was giving me the once-over.
Yes?
Mrs. Barr?
Yes, what is it?
Can you open the door, please? It's urgent.
Goodness gracious, you police are the most persistent...
I'm not with the police, Mrs. Barr.
Not with the police? But you must be. They've been coming and going all night long.
No. I'm a newspaper reporter on the Star. My name is
A newspaper reporter? What a pleasant surprise. I declare I'm so excited. You must come in the kitchen and I'll make a cup of coffee.
No, thanks very much. You're very kind, but I really
What did you say your name was?
Stone, Randy Stone.
Oh, yes, of course. You sure you wouldn't like some coffee?
No, nothing, thank you.
Oh, goodness, she's awake. Mrs. Barr, who is it? It's all right, Nancy. It's just a visitor. Go back to sleep, dear. Is Mommy home? I'm scared. Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. Your mother will be home in a little while. Just go back to sleep like a good girl. All right.
That's quite a cough.
Yes, the child has had such a cold. Poor Ellen is worried sick about her.
Ellen?
Her mother, Ellen Spencer. She's one of my tenants.
Oh, yes. Look, Mrs. Barr, I wanted to ask you some questions about another of your tenants.
Oh, yes. Mr. Waldo. The police have been bothering me all night. Whatever has he done? The police wouldn't tell me.
Well, he's done plenty. He's stolen a truckload of butter from the flood area up north.
Stolen?
Well, that's not all. That butter is contaminated with typhoid. If it ever gets into circulation, we'll...
Oh, how dreadful. How very dreadful.
Mrs. Barr, I have a favor to ask.
Now, how could I possibly do you a favor, Mr. Stone.
I'd like to have a look at Mr. Waldo's room.
But the police have already been through his room.
Yes, I know, but you know how it is when you've got to write a story. There's nothing like seeing it firsthand.
But at this time of night, do I have to let you in?
Well, legally, no.
Well, then,
You mean you refuse?
not exactly. Only surely a rich and powerful paper like the Star. Now that Mr. Waldo has disappeared, I'm sure I'll never get the rent he owes me.
Yes, I see. Now, how much?
Oh, dear. Money is so hard to come by when you're old and alone. Now, if I had the $50, Mr. Waldo...
It's worth 10.
So little.
Oh.
Oh, but then, you're such a nice young man. And I do enjoy your newspaper so much. I'll take it.
Her bright little eyes glistened as she took the 10 spot. Well, I guess it's like that when you're old. You can't eat too well. You can't sleep too well. You see life slipping by, but a 10 spot is something you can smooth out, put away, and look at again and again. Mrs. Barr followed me around as I went through Waldo's room. For a change, she had very little to say. I opened the drawers in his dresser. I looked under the bed. The kid in the next room was coughing again. I opened the closet door, and the smell that hit me was sharply familiar. Ammonia. In the corner, I picked up a pair of overalls that were saturated with the stuff. My friend Waldo had been home and changed. The phone downstairs started to ring.
Oh, dear, the telephone.
Want me to get down and answer?
Oh, no, it's probably Ellen. She's so worried about the child. Will you come down now?
Just another minute.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. You won't be long.
I'd like to borrow these overalls if it's all right. Probably covered with germs.
Hello.
Wow, hello.
What are you doing in Mr. Waldo's room? Are you a burglar?
No, of course not. I'm one of Mr. Waldo's friends.
Then can you tell me when my Uncle Jim is coming back? He was going to bring me something from his trip.
Well, that's nice. Where did Uncle Jim go?
He went away with Mr. Waldo in the truck. But Mr. Waldo is back and not Uncle Jim.
Oh, does he drive a truck, your Uncle Jim?
He doesn't drive it. He owns it. And he gives me a ride in it, too.
Mm-hmm. Your Uncle Jim live here?
Oh, yes. Uncle Jim is my really real uncle. He and my mommy are brothers.
Oh, yes, I see.
Nancy, you naughty child.
Mrs. Barr.
The idea of getting out of bed.
I heard a noise.
That's to bed with you, child. That was your mother on the phone.
All right, Mrs. Barr. Good night, Mr. Burglar.
Good night, Nancy.
Imagine that child leaving her bed. Was she with you long, Mr. Stone?
Oh, no, she just told me she had an Uncle Jim.
Oh, yes. That's Ellen's brother. He's one of my other roomers.
I understand he owns a truck.
He's someplace in Ohio now, I believe. Been gone almost a month.
Couldn't have been Canada.
Christians. You'll simply have to excuse me. I must give that child her medicine. Good night, Mr. Stone.
I'd used up my $10 worth of welcome, so I drove over to police headquarters and filled in Captain Sorensen on Harry Waldo's overalls and little Nancy's Uncle Jim. It was his first lead. He called motor vehicles and ordered a fast check on the truck owned by Jim Spencer, and then he started briefing me on the more recent developments.
The city's in a panic, Randy. Warnings have been going out on the radio every 15 minutes. We've been flooded with calls from the mayor down.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone with a gut ache is sure it's typhoid and wants us to send down a doctor. Come in.
Here's the dope on the truck, Captain.
No, we're getting somewhere. All right. Broadcast this and keep repeating it every half hour. Get it?
Yes, sir.
We'll get him now.
Well, you might try and sound a little more convincing. I left Sorensen chewing his upper lip. Then I headed for the Blue Angel and a little talk with Jim Spencer's sister Ellen. The Blue Angel wasn't meant to lure the better-class citizen away from his hearth and home. It smelled of stale beer and looked as if it were being lit by half a dozen fireflies.
You'll find your happiness lies right under your eyes, back in your own backyard.
I found an empty booth and asked the waitress if Ellen Spencer worked there. And after a while, a girl came over. She was attractive in a tired sort of way.
You asked for me?
Will you sit down, Ellen? I've got to talk to you.
I brought you some drinks. It's the rules here. If we sit with a customer, they got to buy us drinks.
That's okay.
What'd you want?
Talk.
What about?
Your brother Jim.
You a cop?
No.
What about Jim?
Where is he?
I don't know. What business is it of yours?
When did your brother and Harry Waldo leave on their last trip?
A week ago.
Mrs. Barr said Jim was in Ohio.
Ah, that old hag. She's in her second childhood.
Mm-hmm. Jim hasn't phoned you tonight?
No. What's all the noise about anyway? The kid gets scared and runs out on a traffic accident, so they'll catch him and give him 30 days. He'll be back.
Who told you about it?
I heard it over the radio.
Really? How did you know it was Jim?
Well, I...
You spoke to Harry?
Yeah. He phoned me to tell me Jim was all right.
Did he tell you they were hauling a load of stolen butter? Did you listen to the warnings over the radio about that butter? It's loaded with typhoid, that stuff is.
Oh, that's a lie. Just a smart police gag to get the butter back.
Harry tell you that, too? We got some of that butter, Ellen. It's been soaked in sewer bilge for a month.
Jim wouldn't touch anything like that. He's a good kid.
Maybe Jim thinks it's a gag, too. Might even get to eat some of the stuff.
I don't know what you're talking about. Look, mister, I'd better go back to work.
Ellen, you want it on a phone.
I'll have to leave now.
If you hear from Jim, tell him what he's up against.
Yeah. Yeah, I will.
And tell him to wash his hands. Good. I followed her to the phone booth or whatever the call was. It was brief. She hung right up, so I went outside, watched her through the door. In a few minutes, she came out wearing a coat. I slipped around the corner, watched her climb into a cab. I jumped into my car and followed. The cab stopped in front of her house. I parked my car half a block away, waited until all the lights went off, and then I got out and walked around to the back of the house. Somewhere inside were the directions to that missing butter. It was easy raising one of the kitchen windows. I climbed in. I stood for a minute, getting used to the dark. And then suddenly a switch flicked on and the place was flooded with light. Randy Stone, Esquire, standing there, stupidly blinking his eyes. Ellen walked a few steps toward me. She didn't scream. She didn't holler.
Isn't this carrying your job a little too far?
I knocked on the door, but nobody answered, so I turned the knob.
Well, turn it again and get out.
Somebody phoned you just before I left the Blue Angel. Was that Jim?
That's none of your business. Now get out.
If I go, Ellen, the place will be swarming with police in 15 minutes.
What do you mean?
Just this. You know where Jim is. If you won't tell me, you'll have to tell the cops. And when you do, you'll be involved. They'll make you an accessory.
Well, let him.
Where's the old lady?
Out for a drive.
At 1:30 in the morning?
She's the one who phoned me. She said she was going batty with cops hanging around. She had to get out of the house.
Ellen, for the last time, where's Jim?
I told you before, I don't know.
They're closing in on him. You'll be doing him a favor if they get him before he sold any of that stuff.
Oh, are you still working that typhoid gag?
It's no gag, believe me. You want the lab report on it?
No.
All right, then listen to it this way. Maybe you'll understand it. The kid sits down to eat, and his mother hands him a piece of bread and butter, only it's not butter. Something has been lying around in filthy sewer water for a long time. 10 or 11 days, the kid gets sick, like your kid. He's burning with fever one minute, and the next minute he's as cold as ice. His tongue is thick, and his guts feel like they're bursting. That's what typhoid is like.
Stop it, will you?
If a good doctor gets to him, the kid may live. Lots of kids may not be that lucky, Ellen. Also, you can keep your kid brother out of jail.
Look, I don't know where he is.
Why did you talk to Waldo?
He phoned me at the club. He laughed about that typhoid.
Where did he phone
I
from?
don't know. Someplace in town. Now, let me alone.
Would that be...
I'll take that.
No, you won't. Ellen made a grab for the phone, but I beat her to it. She clawed at me. I had to get rough, but I got the receiver. Hello.
This is the long-distance operator.
Yes?
On your call to Elwood, we are unable to contact Mr. Jim Spencer. Shall we continue to try?
No, thank you. Was that Elwood?
Yes, sir. Elwood, Illinois. Thank you, sir.
That was it, so they'd gone on to Elwood. I called Captain Sorensen. He picked me up in a squad car with two of his best men. It was a 70-mile ride to Elwood, and we made it in a little over an hour. It was after 3 a.m. when the clerk at the only hotel in town showed us his register. There was no Waldo and no Spencer. Then Sorensen got a bright idea. He asked the clerk if there was a creamery in town. There wasn't. No cold storage plant either. Just old Mayor Hoskins' ice house down the road. We jumped into a car and drove over there. That's nothing but an old barn.
Oh, there's a light around the back.
Randy, you come with me. You two cut around the other side of the building.
Right.
Oh, there's the truck, you see it?
Yeah.
All right, give me a lift, Captain. I'll see if I can get a look in through the window. It's Waldo.
They got the butter?
Yep. There's the other one. That must be Spencer.
Get down. We'll take them now. All right, Spencer, get him up.
Jim, the law.
Get those hands up, Spencer. You're covered.
You too, Waldo. Don't try anything.
Who's trying anything?
Hold it, Captain. Hold it. Somebody else is coming.
Kill the lights. We'll make a sound, you two, if you want them.
We pulled the big door shut, flicked off the lights, and waited in the dark. Guns pressed into Waldo and Spencer. A car had pulled up outside. Whoever it was seemed to be having a time with the door, and then finally it opened and the lights went on. Mrs. Barr.
Oh, goodness. How you startled me. Why, it's Mr. Stone. Have you been waiting long? And here I thought my lazy boys had gone to sleep.
No, they haven't.
And I suppose Harry Waldo has told you all about me. I just know he did.
Well, not everything. That is, not yet, he hasn't.
I just knew that boy had no character. And now I suppose you want to take me back to the city. But I hate Chicago in June. I don't think I'll go with you. Don't come any closer.
Drop it, lady. Okay, Mother. Randy, get the gun.
Yep.
Lady, don't you know these things explode?
Now, wasn't that foolish of me? I was going to try to get away. But where could I have gone? Where could an old lady go and hide? I do believe I'm getting senile. Isn't that a horrible word, Mr. Stone?
Mrs. Barr, this is no joking matter. Don't you understand that butter could have caused an epidemic?
What, of course. Isn't it terrible?
Yet you were willing to sell it?
You didn't think I was going to eat it myself, did you? It was all I could do to look at the horrible stuff. But $10,000. That's such a lot of money to a poor old lady. Such a lot of money.
10 a.m. and it's all buttoned up. Oh, brother, what a nightmare if a thing like that had ever happened. And all from ignorance and greed. What's that old wheeze about money being the root of all evil? Well, it's not just money. There's got to be a touch of insanity sprinkled in along with it. Like that poor old lady. Poor? When the cops ran a make on her, they uncovered a fascinating record of over 50 years of criminal history, not to mention a dozen bank accounts. Guess she didn't trust banks any too much. Such a sweet old doll. Well, at least I got to see the sun come up this morning while we were driving back, climbing up into the sky like a great big yellow ball of butter. Oh, no, what am I saying? Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Lou Rusoff and Russell Bender with music by Frank Worth. The part of Harry was played by Don Diamond. Jane Morgan was Mrs. Barr. Others in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Nestor Paiva, Peter Leeds, Ann Whitfield, and Tudor Owen. Frank Lovejoy may currently be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. And now here again is the star of our program, Frank Lovejoy.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, here's important news about Night Beat. Next week, we're moving to Friday evenings over most of these stations. That's beginning 1 week from this Friday. On October 6th, you'll hear Night Beat at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on Friday. So would you listen then to our next adventure 11 days from tonight? I'll see you on Friday, October 6th. Good night.
Listen on Friday, October 6th, and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday, October 6th, means the return of Chester A. Riley, played by William Bendix. In the hilarious The Life of Riley. Mom, Babs, Junior, Digger Odell, and the entire cast will be on hand to join in the fun. Saturday, October 7th, is the day when Dennis Day and Judy Canova will be back on the air. Make a listening date now. This is NBC.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, welcoming you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we believe in the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company and confidently recommend them to our customers. A good example is Plenamins, Rexall's famous multivitamin capsules. Handy, economical Plenamins give you more than your daily minimum requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established, plus valuable liver concentrate and iron. Ask for Plenamins at Rexall drug stores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Guard against throat scratch. Enjoys smoother strangling.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, I'm disgusting.
No, only when you're too busy to stop by and see me.
Well, I was just going to call you, Helen, baby.
Oh, I'll bet.
Cross my heart. Hope to lose my skate key.
You mean New York's gift to the detective world was really thinking about rural me?
Rural you is a mighty interesting subject for rural me to think about.
Well, why don't you stop being so spiritual and give your thoughts the benefit of some action?
And just what exactly do you suggest? Spend the bottle? Post office? A romantic ride through Central Park in a hansom?
Yes.
How'd you like to go to the theater tomorrow night?
Inside, or are we going to stand out in front and get a between-act description from the usher?
I only made you do that once, and from all reports, it was a pretty bad play.
What's the one we're seeing?
Very bad, but I was given 2 tickets.
I refuse to sit in the back of the balcony again. I keep getting the bend.
Oh, 4th row center.
Must be a bad choice.
I got a couple of friends working at it. Going to close in 2 days.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it, Helen. People are running in.
My name is Diana Campbell.
Client?
Well,
Rick?
It was hard to say. That's a wonderful thought. I'll see you tonight.
I'll bet it's an attractive girl.
You win, hands down. Bye. Now, Miss Campbell, what can I do for you?
Mr. Diamond, you've got to help me. Something terrible has happened. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing by coming here, but I had to do something.
I'm sorry, Miss Campbell. Now, if you'll put the symptoms in alphabetical order.
You must promise not to go to the police after I've told you.
Oh, one of those.
It's for her sake, not mine.
Whose sake?
Promise me first.
I promise to say goodbye if I'm not interested.
Mr. Diamond, my aunt is Mrs. Martha Campbell. You've probably heard of her.
Martha Campbell? Oh, isn't she the old gal who sells all that silver to Fort Knox?
Yes, that's right. Martha Campbell is my aunt.
Well, goody for you.
She's been kidnapped.
Why didn't you go to the police?
Oh, no, we can't do that. They threatened to kill her. I received the ransom note early this morning. They want $50,000 left at a location in Central Park tonight.
Why'd you come see me?
My fiancée, Ira Stewart, has offered to deliver the ransom.
Oh, I see. You're afraid that Ira might try to get his name in the papers and wind up under obituaries. Is that it?
Yes, I'm afraid. He has a gun permit, and... Well, I've never seen a man get as furious as Ira did when this happened. I want you to go with him and see that he comes back safely.
Yeah. But tell me, why is this Ira so concerned over Aunt Martha's welfare?
Well, you don't understand. Ira loves Aunt Martha as much as I do. And now that he's practically part of the family, will you go with Ira and see that he does nothing foolish?
No, the truth is, the whole thing is a little foolish. Miss Campbell, if you told all this to the police, they'd reserve a few cells in Sing Sing, and the rest would be routine.
I'm not interested in the money or catching the kidnappers, Mr. Diamond. Can't you understand? I just want Ira and my aunt safe and alive.
I'm sort of shy around people who aren't interested in money. In fact, when she dropped 5 new $100 bills on my desk, I positively blushed. She briefed me. I was to be at her aunt's home by midnight, ready to squire Ira Stewart around Central Park. Then she explained exactly where the payoff was to be made. Of course, I had to promise all over again not to tell the police. I promised. Diana Campbell left, but her perfume lingered on. I could have sat around and let that order drive me to a cheap neurosis, but there were things to do. And the first thing I did was to break my promise to Diane. Well. If it isn't Sergeant Otis, and I'd be happy if it wasn't. Otis. Wake up, Sergeant. Up with the buttercups. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, hello, Shamus.
Otis, you'd make a hibernating bear look like an insomnia victim.
Well, I'm tired. I've been working hard.
I guess you got a right to be tired. If I had to drag those 2 feet of yours around all day, I'd have a nervous breakdown.
No.
Hiya, fatty.
Who's dead?
Well, there's been a nasty rumor going around about your sergeant.
No, stop clowning. It's too hot. What's on your mind?
No, well, it's not your department. I need somebody I can trust. Kidnapping. Martha Campbell.
The Martha Campbell?
Yep, she's been snatched, and the retail price is $50,000. The old dame's niece hired me to take care of her boyfriend when he makes the payoff tonight.
Where?
Central Park, 2 a.m. Come as you are.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Bring me a map of Central Park. Get Lieutenant Davis. Tell him I want every detective available tonight. Prepare a special message to all units of...
Hey, wait a minute.
Prepare a special message to all units of...
Hey, wait a minute. What should I do first?
Resign, melonhead. Get that map.
Walt and I went to work on the map. We circled the payoff area and set up watch points for an army of plainclothesmen. Nobody going into the area before 2 a.m. would be stopped. But anybody coming out after that time is going to need a good story. It looked great on paper, but Walt was sadder than a Scotchman being held up. If anything went wrong and the news broke, the kidnapping of a woman with Mrs. Campbell's prestige would really upset the commissioner. I left Walt, taxied over to Park Avenue in time to have half of Helen's dinner, spent the rest of the time before midnight with her, and then left to keep my date at a gray stone mansion on the west side.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I'm glad you're here. Come right in. My fiancé's in the study.
What did he say about my coming over here?
Well, I haven't told him yet. I thought it might be better if...
So don't you ever do anything the easy way?
Ira, I'd like to have you meet Mr. Diamond.
What? Oh. Diane, tonight of all nights to have a guest over. Mr. Diamond, I'm very glad to meet you, but, well, you'll have to go now. I'm sorry.
Ira Stewart was a blonde, well-built young guy in loose brown tweeds. He seemed to have trouble finding a place for his hands, and I half got the idea he'd like to try my jaw.
Ira, Mr. Diamond is here to help us.
What?
I hired him to go with you tonight. He's a private detective.
Even my best friends don't know. Glad to meet you, Mr. Stewart.
Diane, have you gone mad? Do you know what would happen to Aunt Martha if those men found her?
Oh, relax, Stewart. Nothing's going to happen to anyone unless you force me to make an exception.
Diamond,
Ira, please, darling. I couldn't stand the thought of you going to see those men alone. We didn't know how many there are or what they might do.
I've got all the protection I need right here in my pocket.
Famous last words. Look, Buffalo Bill, I'll give you a clue. The kind of guys you got a date with tonight don't take 10 paces before they turn and shoot. You could be buried in that suit, gun and all.
Now, look here, Diamond.
It's getting late. I'd better get the money.
We followed Diane up a winding staircase and into Mrs. Campbell's bedroom. This little nook was somewhat smaller than Grand Central Station, with an acre of bed in the middle. The bed had talent, because all Diane had to do was push a little button, and it slid about a yard away from the wall and exposed the neatest little wall safe this side of the First National Bank. Diane fingered the combination, and a minute later, I found out whose picture is on a $1,000 bill. There were 50 prints.
Here, Diane. Put the money in this bag.
It's 1:30, Stuart.
I'm ready.
Ira, please be careful. Please, both of you.
Glad I made the team. Let's go. Central Park by moonlight. Bad night to be stag.
Well, we're almost there. I'll have to park here. Must be among that clump of trees up ahead.
Now, keep close, Stuart. And don't get any ideas about shooting anybody. It might turn out to be me, and I'd squeal on you. We both went into a crouch and edged forward. There was a small clearing between the trees, which the moon had turned into a silver pancake. I might have enjoyed it, except that Stuart was as nervous as an old maid looking at a calendar.
Did you hear anything?
Oh, sounds like a revolution in the insect world. You stay here. I'll go through this hedge and have a look.
Maybe I better come with you.
No. You stay here.
Diamond!
Something caught me hard and neat behind the ear, and I jackknifed into a face full of Mother Earth. Don't let anyone tell you it's nice to get away from things for a while. I didn't like it a bit. I was far, far away. I don't know how long my beauty nap lasted, but the first thing I felt was an elevator starting around my heels and roaring up. When it burst through the top of my head, I awoke. For the next few minutes, I felt like my head was a ball and the rest of me was a drunken seal trying to keep it balanced. Then I saw Stuart, stretched out the way I had been. The copycat. He was bleeding from what was going to be a nasty scar on his forehead. A hunk of pipe was lying nearby. I went to work on him. All right, Stuart. Rise and shine. Oh, come on. You're just not used to it. I make it a point to have my head cracked at least once a week.
What happened?
Last one out talks first. That's you.
Yeah. Now I remember. There were two of them. One started for you and I yelled.
Check.
Then I heard one of them say, "Get him, Bob." And then you were shaking me. Diamond. The bag. The money's gone.
So it was. It was time to give Walt part of my headache. Stuart and I stumbled back to the car. There was someone in the front seat. I pulled the door open and found myself face to face with the kidnapped Mrs. Martha Campbell. She was dead.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
There are two important facts I'd like you listeners to remember about Rexall aspirin. First, each Rexall aspirin tablet contains 5 full grains of pure aspirin. And second, there's no faster-acting aspirin made.
Well, but what exactly do you mean by fast-acting?
Well, ma'am, aspirin itself is too fine to hold together in tablet form. So it has to be bound with an ingredient that will quickly disintegrate. That is, break up the tablet. So the aspirin itself will immediately be free to do its job.
You mean the aspirin doesn't do any good until it's free from the tablet?
Right. And that's why Rexall scientists developed a binder so low in moisture content, it begins to break up the very second it touches water. Now that means that when swallowed with water, the aspirin in a Rexall tablet is free to go to work for you, even before it reaches your stomach.
Well, that's fast enough for me.
And it's fast enough for 10,000 family druggists. Quality like that is what we're talking about when we tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Finding Mrs. Campbell dead in the front seat was the ugly end of another beautiful day. I hadn't known the little gray-haired woman personally, but from her reputation, I had the hunch that some of this town's best charity groups would be in mourning come tomorrow. And just in case I wasn't feeling bad enough, Stuart was right in there to help me.
I never should have let you come. It's your fault she's dead. You did it. You did it.
Thank you, Sherlock Holmes. Now shut up.
You were going to protect me. You were going to...
I slapped 5 fingers of artificial sunburn into his face and shut him up. Then I checked Mrs. Campbell's corpse. She'd been murdered at least 24 hours before. I lifted her featherweight body and stretched her out in the back seat. Ira was still rubbing his cheek when I pushed him into the car. Now, what about those 2 guys, Stuart? Oh, now I slapped you back there for your own good. Did you get a look at those guys?
It was too dark. One was big and heavy, the other was thin.
Could you identify them if you saw them again?
Yes, I think so. What's that on the road ahead? Someone's waving a light.
Oh, it's the police.
Just step from that car quietly, you.
Otis, it's me, Diamond.
Rick, that's you? No sign of any kidnappers yet.
Not kidnappers, Walt. Murderers.
Huh?
Exhibit A is on the back seat.
Come on, Otis. Open the door. Oh, bitches. Head bashed in.
What are the police doing here, Diamond? I thought...
Don't brag. You didn't think. Otherwise, you'd have gone straight to the police in the first place.
What about the money?
I don't care about the money. Mrs. Campbell is dead, and that's all that matters.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Mr. Stewart. Look, might be a good idea for you to be with your fiancée, Miss Campbell, before she hears the news on the radio. We'll take care of things here.
Oh. Yes, of course, Diane. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lieutenant, about my behavior. You understand. And Mr. Diamond...
Oh, forget it. I've got a head that knows just how you feel. Once Stewart was gone, I gave Walt the lowdown, and we settled down to work. We gave the 2 killers an hour to try a break, and then Walt passed a signal along to his men, and the ring began to close in. We beat the bushes, turned lights on the trees, and kicked over rocks, even the small ones. But by the time we reached the payoff spot, we'd found nothing out but each other.
Now, that's impossible. Are you men sure you didn't miss anything?
Double-checked all down the line, Lieutenant.
They couldn't have gotten through.
Take it easy, Walt. Time now for cool heads and dull little dragnets.
Otis, I want you to start picking up mugs wholesale.
Right, Lieutenant.
Anybody who even thinks twice before he answers, bring him in. I want this town covered from the Harlem River to the Battery. Now do it.
Otis waddled away, and I drove back to police headquarters with Walt. Soon, Manhattan Island was tucked under a blanket of blue as the biggest police force in the world went to work. The next day, I took a stroll through Central Park for another look at the spot where Stewart and I had been slugged. I found one possible witness, but he wouldn't talk. Probably because he didn't know how. He happened to be an English sparrow. Late in the afternoon, I dropped back to see Walt. He was in his shirt sleeves, hunched over a desk piled high with notes, reports, and cigarette butts. Neither of us had gotten any sleep the night before, but he was advertising it.
Oh, Rick, I could kick myself. I ought to turn in my badge. We should have had those guys.
Nothing in the lineup?
No, I've been looking at drunks, ex-cons, and 2-bit hoodlums all day, and they're all clean. If someone tried to sell me an invisible man routine, I'd be willing to listen.
Walt, as you keep banging your head against a stone wall, your eyes are going to register tilt. You need a breather on this case. Look, I got 2 tickets for play tonight. What about it?
Are you kidding? I've got work to do.
Oh, but Walt, the play is a musical murder mystery. The cop on stage is bound to have more troubles than you.
Yeah, I bet. Well, maybe you're right. Sure, I'll go. Thanks, Rick.
I'm glad Walt didn't ask any more questions because my supply of answers was down to one sorry shrug. However, this last maneuver didn't go over too well on Park Avenue when I dropped in to tell Helen she was being stood up.
Rick Diamond, this time you've gone too far.
Now, would it help any if I said it was business?
No.
Well, I suppose there's nothing I can do.
I spent all day buying a new dress and getting my hair done, and then you walk in at the last minute and tell me you...
Helen, baby.
Now, you stay away from me, Rick. Rick, let go of me.
Oh, in a minute.
Rick. You dog.
Walt was ready when I dropped in at the precinct and we took off to the theater. After the show was over, we meandered backstage to see my friends of the cast. Turned out to be an interesting evening. The next morning, I called up Ira Stewart from Levinson's office.
Yes?
Hello, Stewart. This is Diamond. I'm calling from the 5th Precinct Police Headquarters.
Anything turn up?
Well, it looks that way, yes. The police picked up 2 guys who may have killed Martha Campbell. Can you get on here right away?
Certainly. I'll leave right now.
Well, then run. Do not walk. When Stewart showed, we took him into the lineup room. The 2 suspects had their backs against the marked wall. Under the hot lights, they looked about as ugly as a draft notice on a honeymoon.
What do you think, Stewart?
They look like the men, Lieutenant.
We didn't do nothing.
This is the parade.
On you guys, it looks good. What do you want to do, live forever? Now, Stewart, these guys are Willie the Knife Foster and Bloody Bob Ferguson. They've been indicted on 3 kidnap raps, but always managed to get off. Now, if you recognize them, you're an eyewitness, and they're cooked.
Well, tell the big one to say, get him, Bob.
Say it, Bob.
What for?
For the sake of your dear old mother in Alcatraz.
Never mind what for. Say it.
Get him, Bob.
Now the other.
You heard him, Ferguson.
Get him, Bob.
That's the man, Lieutenant. I'm sure of it. Let me get my hands on him. I'll kill him.
Now, Stewart, calm down. State of New York will take care of them.
It's a lousy frame. You can't pin this on us. He was babysitting that night.
Okay, lock him up, Otis. Right. Book him on suspicion of murder. Stewart, come into my office. I want to get your statement.
After getting his statement, Walt told Stewart the case was closed. We congratulated each other and shook hands all around. Then Stewart walked out. We gave him enough time to get into his car and start away. A moment later, Walt and I jumped into an unmarked police car and played Follow the Leader.
Rick, this case turned right side up too quick to suit me. What made you tag Stewart and plant your actor friends in the lineup?
Walt, the trouble with you is that you're too modest. You set an airtight man trap for 2 unknown kidnappers and then blame yourself because the net came up empty.
Well, he had you fooled, too.
That's true. I'm ashamed to admit. But Stewart had a good plan. He kidnaps the lady himself, sends Diane a phony ransom note. Then with a reputable private detective present, that's me, he gets the $50,000 and even bops himself on the head to make it look kosher.
You'd have made a perfect alibi for him, Rick. But where did the old lady's body come from?
He probably had it in the car trunk when we drove into the park the night of the supposed payoff.
Hey, he's turning at the park.
Mm-hmm. Soon comes the part we don't know yet.
We should have nabbed him back at the station. I'd like to sweat him for a few hours.
On what? The identification? So he claims it was a mistake. Could happen. The jury would think so. No, Walt. He's put on too big an act to fold under questioning. He's been acting ever since he made Diane believe he loved her, just to gain Martha Campbell's confidence.
He's parking up ahead.
Yeah. Now let him answer the $50,000 question. And where did he hide it?
He's heading toward that same grove of trees.
We took off at a fast trot until we reached a hedge not too far from where we expected to find Stewart. We saw him all right. He was standing around right under the same tree he'd led me to a couple of nights back. A family of picnickers were close by, so he was acting like a guy out for some air. We ducked behind the hedge to watch, though I had to hold Walt back a few times. Finally, Stewart tipped his hand. He reached up past the nest of my sparrow friend into a hollow of the tree. It wasn't eggs he was after. The stuff he pulled out had that fascinating color known as currency green.
That's enough for me, Rick. Okay, Stewart.
Duck, Walt. Are you hurt, Walt?
Yeah. One of his shots creased my shin. Hurts like blazes, though. Let's get that guy.
He's running for the zoo. I'll get him, Walt. Put a tourniquet around your neck and sit tight.
Oh, watch out for the crowd, Rick.
What the shooting did to that crowd, a skunk couldn't do in a bargain basement. They suddenly decided there was no place like home. Stewart was dodging between the animal cages now and still using his gun to discourage me. I sprinted after him, but he disappeared. That bullet went right through my only hat, but I saw him now. He was climbing along the rock barrier that backed up the bear pits. He made a lousy target because those jagged rocks and overhanging ledges gave him plenty of cover. He was trying to reach the road on the other side, and if I didn't do something about it, exit Mr. Stewart. I took aim. My shot clipped a hunk of rock just as he was reaching for it. Stewart pulled back too quickly and tried to step on some air, which never does work too well. He went over and down. He never hit the ground because down in that pit, waiting for him with open arms, was a giant polar bear that had never forgiven the man who brought him from Alaska to New York.
I'm glad you and Helen could make it to the cast party.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks also for the great acting job you and Willie pulled off at police headquarters.
Anytime, Rick. Glad to help out.
Yeah, that's a nice tune. Is that the song for the show?
Nah, just fooling around. After a show flops, there's nothing like a little get-together to bolster one's spirit.
Well, I certainly like the taste of your bolster. I'll mix myself another later.
Rick, what are you doing by the piano as if I didn't know? You don't want to look bad in front of all this talent, do you?
Oh, honey, not a chance. Just happens that Bob's playing around in my key.
Well, let's do it.
Let's do it then. Count every star in a midnight sky. Count every rose, every firefly. For that's how many times I miss you. Heaven knows I miss you. Count every leaf on a willow tree. Count every wave on a stormy sea. Count every star, and darling, when you do, you know the times I have cried for you. Thank you. I'm sorry, but due to previous commitments, I'm only available for stage, screen, radio, television, and parade.
Rick, you are becoming a ham.
Me? Becoming a ham? Oh, my dear. Really?
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
If you suffer from acid indigestion, remember that Bismarex often neutralizes excess acidity in less than 1 minute. But more than that, Bismarex gives relief that's continuous and prolonged. Its scientifically balanced ingredients work in sequence, easing gastric distress and leaving a soothing protective covering on irritated stomach membranes. Ask your Rexall druggist for Bismarex. He'll tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Joe Morheim and Hal Bloom, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Mary Shipp, Dick Ryan, and Hy Averback. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Incidentally, Dick's turned writer this week. Pick up a copy of the August issue of Radio Mirror from your dealer tomorrow. Read The Adoption Racket by Dick Powell.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Sarah Berner will delight you with Sarah's Private Caper tomorrow on NBC.
the National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, where have you been? I don't know what to tell them.
Tell who?
The reporters, everybody. They all say you're the first private detective in the history of San Francisco to get rich honestly.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Sam! When I think of all the back salary I'll be getting, the fur coats.
Easy, girl, easy. Prepare yourself.
Sam?
Yep.
You mean?
The $50,000 is not available to employees of the network or sponsor, which unfortunately I happen to be.
Sam!
But cheer up, girl. Think of the taxes we'll save. Now, make everything fast. I'm on my way. Meanwhile, puzzle me this. You ready?
All right, Sam.
Why does a man who is going to blow his brains out set his mental clock ahead 4 hours?
Sam, it doesn't make sense.
Ah, but it does. Mull and ponder, sweetheart. I'll be down in a trice, 1951 model, with an intellectual type report to challenge serious thinkers everywhere. To wit, the Biddle Riddle caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer, director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
All alone by the microphone. Iffy?
Sam, I just can't get anywhere with this.
Never kick on the third down, Cherub. Give it another
No,
try.
it's no use, Sam. I'm mentally through.
Well, you know best.
I just give up. Sam,
Huh?
what are those funny little bumps on your cheek?
Go ahead, guess.
Smallpox? Plague?
You get warm.
Look like little waffle marks.
That's what happens when somebody hits you with a microphone, sweetheart. Now, if you look closer, just above the marks, under my eye,
Oh, yes.
clearly and distinctly, in reverse, of course, the 3 letters of a network known far and wide for its hospitality to unemployed private detectives.
You mean?
Shh, not here, girl. Poise the pencil. Who knows? A sponsor may be listening. Ready?
Yes,
To Mr. Tracy Abbott, Drake Carlton Hotel, copy to Dundee at homicide. From Samuel Spade, license number 1375596. Subject, the Biddle Riddle caper. Dear Tracy, it had a nice conventional start, this one. A nice conventional phone call telling me to drop up to room 402 of the Drake Carlton around 3 in the afternoon. But when I got there, I found that over the nice conventional number on the door was hung a temporary sign reading Olympic Radio Productions. Tracy Abbott, editor, director, and producer. Bidding farewell to the nice conventional part, I made bold to enter the door. Abbott, 5'8" of solid Hollywood, was waltzing with what I took to be a musician, composer, or some such.
We open Cold Bunny like this. Now, Killer at Large. Banging with the theme. Theme. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. A great big wonderful chord there, Bunny. Check. Check. And then the teaser. Quote, don't go away, you out there. Stick right close to that radio set of yours, because the next half hour might put $50,000 in your pocket. Yes, $50,000 will be paid by the sponsors of this program for information leading to the arrest and conviction of a killer at large.
Da, da, da.
Tonight, that's it, sustain the chord. Yeah. Tonight, the murder, tremolo. Tonight, the murder of Carol Stevens. Then, da-da-dee-pum-pum-pum-pum-pum-pum. Check. What's that? Cymbal crash. Do it again. Don't need it. Check. Check. Big, wonderful, lush. That's the word, lush. With scope and sweep and power. I got it. Well, I'll get as lush as I can with 8 feet. Scope, sweep, importance. Gotta sound important. Check?
Check. I'm Sam Spade, Mr. Abbott.
Ah, yes, Spade. Glad to see you. Please sit down. No, on the other hand, you'd better stand up. No time to lose. You have 24 hours to find a man for me.
Well, that's pretty short notice.
Mr. Spade, Killer at Large is real. We keep a sensitive finger on the pulse of the people.
Well, that's nice.
We deal in real facts, real people, real crimes, and real criminals. Check?
Just how do you do this? How do you accomplish all this on the radio budget of today?
Now, you see before you, Spade, the mechanical marvel which makes this possible, the tape recorder. You're familiar with the tape recorder?
Oh, more or less.
Check. Tomorrow night at 9 p.m. PST, with the aid of the tape recorder, we shall reconstruct one of San Francisco's more sensational, unsolved crimes. The murder of Carol Stevens.
You mean the burlesque dame 3 years ago?
2 years, 8 months, and 29 days. You remember much about it?
Well, let me see. She turned up dead on the floor of her apartment, didn't she?
Check. Victim of the well-known blunt instrument. In this case, a bronze bookend carrying the bas relief of Abraham Lincoln. Much ado. Headlines by the hour. A parade of witnesses, but no arrests, period.
Fine. Now, what about me?
Our show, Spade, is made up of the simple, honest, spontaneous statements of the witnesses themselves.
Mm-hmm.
We're set on this one except for one man. The most important one in the case, of course.
Oh, who's that?
Jimmy Biddle, the doorman at the Broadway Burlesque, at the time the Stevens girl was killed.
Oh.
Knew her, some say he loved her. Top suspect until he came up with an alibi. Our advance men have combed the city for 2 weeks trying to find him, but no luck.
So he's blown town.
That's what I thought until this morning.
You mean you've heard from him?
I heard from someone who said he was Biddle. He also said he knew who killed Carol Stevens.
And he wanted the $50,000.
Right. I mean, check.
Oh, fair enough. Well, that's what you advertise, isn't it?
Not to people who hang up when you get curious.
Hmm?
If it was Biddle, I've got to record his story. I want him here by 8 tomorrow night. Check?
Well, since you keep bringing it up, check.
Yes.
You can make it out for $100. At Homicide, I cased the files on the Stevens thing. San Francisco's answer to the Black Dagger. A cheap killing of a cheap dame in a cheap apartment that used a lot of expensive newsprint. He'd taken her last turn under the blue spot around 10:30, left the theater, and hustled straight home, because at 11 sharp, according to the neighbor across the hall, someone had tried the Abraham Lincoln bookend on Carol for size. She hit the floor just as the 11 o'clock news came on. Biddle's alibi had to be good, and it was. It came, as a matter of fact, from the greatest little alibi factory in town. Biddle was drinking old fashions with Joseph P. Norgard, the well-known criminal lawyer at the time of the killing. So I trotted over to Norgard's office on Market Street, found him tied up, and settled down in the waiting room next to a gimlet-eyed youth in a neon-striped suit who looked like he made a living sticking up crap games. He was filing his nails.
Buddy.
Yeah, buddy?
You sure you're in the right office, buddy?
Positive, buddy.
I just thought I might save you some trouble, that's all. Sam Spade, ain't it?
Hey, you're a smart kid.
I try hard. I still think you'd be wise to blow.
Now, this is quite a turn you do, buddy. Study nights with Richard Woodmark.
Sam, I told you I want to save you a bad time. You're a nice guy.
Thank you.
Must be a lot of things you can do around town to make a buck without coming here. Now, why don't you lift it out of that chair?
I'm not going to do it, Mr. Norgard, and that's fine with me.
I'll get with you later.
Bye, buddy. The guy who bustled out of Norgard's office was flabby, florid, and frightened. Pinstripe gave me a last baleful look and sidled out into the hall after him, which was nice because I was running out of punchlines.
Luke, I thought I told you to. Oh.
Mr. Norgard?
I am?
I'm sorry to barge in. My name's Spade. I'm a private detective.
Of course you are. And a hungry one.
Well, we're polite in here, too. Why do you say that?
You're the fourth today.
Oh?
I'm about to prepare a mimeograph statement entitled, What I Know About the Stevens Case, or You Too Can Make $50,000. Like a copy?
You know, I can't remember when I've been treated so nice. What do you know about the Stevens case, Mr. Norgard?
It's all in the homicide file. On the fateful night, I ran into Jimmy Biddle as I was coming out of a bar in Chinatown. He'd hit the skids. But he used to be a useful friend, so I asked him up to my apartment for a drink.
Was he?
Sat him in a chair, made him an old-fashioned, loaned him $5, and hustled him out.
Uh-huh.
Total elapsed time, 45 minutes, from 10:45 to 11:30 p.m. And that is all I have to say at this time.
Have you seen Biddle since?
Not since the investigation. I don't know where he is now. I don't know who killed Carol Stevens. Period.
Paragraph. Do you think Jimmy knows who killed him?
Maybe.
Well, he says he does.
Oh? Where did you see him?
He's hungry, too. We work the same breadline.
I'm sorry I said that, Spade. Who are you working for?
Olympic Radio Productions. Killer at Large.
Yes? They want me to come to the studio tonight and record a statement for them.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if I ought to tell them what I really think.
What's that?
About Biddle. There's no point in talking around it anymore. I think he killed her.
Well, that's a neat trick if he was drinking your liquor at the time.
Oh, I think he did it after he left my place. Two things place the time of death. The medical examiner's report, which could be off as much as 3 hours. And the neighbor who thinks he heard the girl fall as the news came on. How reliable is that?
Well, they usually think of those things during an investigation.
But they didn't think hard enough. You say you talked to Biddle?
He called my client.
Why?
He had 50,000 good reasons, according to him. You know, funny things happen when the dough gets into it. Bought people don't stay bought. Lost people get found.
Yeah. Well, I've told you all I know, Spade. If you have no more questions.
Well, just one more. Who's the little weasel in the pinstripe?
You mean Luke?
Yeah.
Oh, I put him out there to scare off the hungry ones. Nothing to do with you.
And the fat character he's tailing has nothing to do with me either, huh?
You really want to know?
Love to.
He's a pastry cook. I'm representing his wife in a divorce action. Thinks he's Casanova.
Pressure cooker, eh? Shoving Norgard, Pinstripe, and the flabby pastry cook in the look-up later section of my hat band, I took off for Biddle's last known address, a boarding house on Pacific Avenue. And there I held hands with the landlady long enough to learn that A, she hadn't seen Biddle since a few weeks after the murder, but B, when last heard of, Biddle had gone on from the burlesque dame to something even more extremely female. According to the landlady...
Name's Rosaliell. Understand she's working on the line at the Pacific Ballroom. Red hair, blue eyes, and boom, boom. You get me?
I got you. Pacific Ballroom, eh? Would you do that last again?
Boom, boom.
Yeah, just checking. Thanks, Mrs. Landlady. Hello?
Am I the lucky girl?
Well, you look like your name ought to be Rosaliell.
Oh, you're psychic. Got the tickets?
Here, let me know when they're used up, huh?
Don't worry. Hey. You know you're a pretty good dancer?
Arthur Murray, class of 1906. Only I didn't come here to dance.
Oh.
I'm looking for Jimmy Biddle, you know him?
Yeah, I know him. You a cop?
Not exactly.
Oh, what's the difference, cop or no cop? You'll find him one of these days.
Where?
In the bay, maybe. Or the morgue. He knows it. That's the funny part. He knows it, and he can't do anything about it. It's got him.
Rosalie, baby, look, I'm not...
That's enough about Jimmy. Let's dance, huh? That's what you're paying for, isn't it? Well, come on.
Where is he?
You're wasting your time. I won't sell him out. I'm through with him, but I won't sell him out. Ah, here's your ticket.
I sauntered over to the soft drink fountain and mulled the problem over a Coke for a minute or two. There are ways of dealing with dames like Rosaliell. Some of them are a little cruel, as this one was going to have to be, but time was of the essence. I kept out of sight for 20 minutes or so, watching her dancing in the arms of a moonstruck plumber, and sidled into a phone booth. The Pacific Ballroom does not permit telephone conversations while the girls are working. When I said it was the police, the plumber was turned over to a new candidate, and Rosalie came to the phone.
Hello?
This is Sam Spade, Rosalie. I was dancing with you a little while ago.
What is it?
I found Jimmy Biddle's apartment.
Oh? What's the matter? He's hurt?
That's right.
Bad?
I'm afraid so. He wants to see you.
Oh, okay. I'll be right over.
She didn't stop for a rap, just plowed a zigzag furrow through the mob at the main door and climbed into a cab at the curb. The driver must have been an old fan of hers because they were almost out of sight by the time my cab got rolling, and that's the way it was across Market Street and all the way out Van Ness to the marina. Her cab was pulled up in front of an apartment on Jefferson Street, and she'd just gotten out when we slid in behind them. Hiya, you want to go up together?
But you said you...
I'm sorry, honey. I know it was a dirty trick, but now that's no way to be.
You shut up.
The gold card holder by the doorbell listed the tenant as W.R. Smith. Mr. Smith was evidently not home. The lady manager in the apartment next to his was, and after the usual license showing and more than the usual sweet talk, she came up with the key. Biddle wasn't wealthy, but he wasn't hungry either. The place had the well-fixed, man-about-town look, right down to the last crystal martini glass in the portable bar in the living room. Next to it was a mahogany desk, in which were sundry checkbooks and deposit slips indicating Biddle had found a prosperous widow or had been doing rather well at canasta. A clock chimed 4 in the next room. Since it was after 10, I wondered why I went in to take a look. Maybe I was psychic, like the girl said. There was a tape recorder against one wall, the same kind I'd seen in your office, Tracy, with a microphone and a roll of tape in it, half used up. Holding the microphone with one hand was Jimmy Biddle. In the other hand, a .38. He wasn't hurt, as I'd told her. He was dead.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Sunday, there's another outstanding production by Theater Guild on the air. It's a 1-hour adaptation of the thrilling tale of intrigue in post-war Vienna, The Third Man. Joseph Cotton and Senior Hasso star in this Theater Guild on the air broadcast. And Sunday over most of these NBC stations also means The Big Show, an hour and a half of the finest in comedy, music, and drama. Tallulah will be your hostess, and just listen to a few of the stars. Fred Allen, Marlene Dietrich, Danny Thomas, and Fran Warren. There'll be many more, too, so tune in this Sunday and every Sunday for The Big Show. And now back to the Biddle Riddle Caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. In accordance with Chapter 5 of the Private Detective's Manual entitled How to Keep Your License, I called Homicide and gave him the facts and figures, then went back to the study. Jimmy Biddle was surrounded by props like part 1 of the photocrime puzzle. I carefully reached over his shoulder and pressed the button on the tape recorder.
My name's Jimmy Biddle. The DA will remember me. We saw a lot of each other during the week after Carol Stevens hit the deck in her apartment 3 years ago. At just about this time of night. I fooled him then. I could probably go on fooling him, but I'm tired of it. I'm tired of living this way. So here it is. I knew Carol Stevens well. I was crazy about her, and I was jealous, too. That's why I killed her. Thought I could go on and on, playing hide-and-go-seek for the rest of my life, but sooner or later this kind of thing gets too heavy to pack around. You gotta get rid of it, one way or another.
Period. End of report. I rousted the landlady again, and we went over the room together. A helpful type landlady. She contributed 1,000-odd bits of gossip about Jimmy Biddle, only one of which struck me as interesting. She'd come in this morning, she said, to clean his apartment, and among other things, had wound and set the 8-day clock on the mantel. The same clock, which was now exactly 4 hours fast. Looking closer at the tape recorder, I saw a small label pasted above one of the knobs, reading, Morgas and Reed, recording technicians. Next scene, the manufacturing section of Sansom Street. A 5-story building, all dark at this hour, except for a light in the office on the second floor back, which happily turned out to be D1.
Morgas? Reed! Anybody?
Hello.
What do you want?
Well, the pastry cook.
I'm sorry. We're closed, you see. Office hours 9 to 5.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute, pastry cook.
I'm not a pastry cook, sir. My name is Murgis. I am one of the proprietors here. Just a moment, sir.
Sorry. It was getting cold out in the hall. Oh, so you're Murgis, huh?
I am. And I don't care who you are. I know all about it, sir. I know it wasn't a practical joke.
What wasn't a practical joke?
That tape. You can march right back to the man you're working for and tell him he can't buy me off. Is that clear?
Not very.
There's no use denying it. I saw you in his office this afternoon when he threatened me. Get down, Murgis! What is it?
I crawled out on a fire escape in time to see my buddy in the pinstripe suit hit the bottom. The alley crazy was blind at one end, so Luke took off toward the street. I caught him in one leg. He stumbled, fell, smacked his head against the brick wall of the alley, and took the count. I was frisking him when a prowl cop who'd heard the shots moved up. I convinced him I wasn't rolling a drunk and left him to run back upstairs. Murgis?
Here.
I better get you to a hospital.
Who are you?
Sam Spade. I don't work for Noah Guard. Right now I'm trying to hang a murder rap on him.
Told me it was a practical joke. A gag.
What?
Tape. Jimmy Biddle. Tape.
Jimmy rented the machine from you and made the tape himself, right?
Yes. He Norgard.
What about Norgard?
Tried to beat me into it. Beat me. Wouldn't give it to him.
Give what?
Tape. No. He
tried to point to the desk as he passed out, and so to this already bubbling stew, we had a crucial typewriter. While waiting for the ambulance, I cased it and found nothing, then stuck a piece of paper into it and began to type. 4 quick brown foxes had jumped over 4 lazy dogs when the sound changed. I looked closer, then tackled a messy job I always leave to my secretary. I hate to play with typewriter ribbons, but this wasn't a typewriter ribbon, since said ribbon had come to an end and I was pecking away at a piece of sound tape.
Come on, Rosalie.
No, I don't want to talk.
Look, come on. My feet are even more tired than they were an hour ago. Okay, you first. All right, now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Spade. I thought you were lying when you said Jimmy was hurt.
Look, let's not go into that now. He was blackmailing Norgard, right?
I don't even know who Norgard is.
You knew Jimmy was shaking someone down, didn't you?
I never knew where he got his money. I just know it was dirty money. He'd laugh and say he was living high, but not so long.
He never mentioned Norgard?
No, he just said he was going to make $50,000 on a radio program.
Did he say how?
Singing. I thought he was kidding when he showed up with that tape recorder.
Well, he wasn't kidding. Then what?
He wanted to be alone, he said. He was going to make an audition and send it to a sponsor.
That's where he made the mistake. He sent it to the wrong sponsor.
Huh?
He figured to hit Norgard for the biggest touch of all. Thought hearing it might make him dig deeper. So he recorded his statement, sent it to Norgard for a sample. But there was something he didn't think of.
What do you mean?
He should have studied up on his tape recorders, baby. With a pair of scissors and a good technician, Jimmy's eyewitness account turned into a first-class confession. The final phase of the Biddle Riddle was, as you will recall, Tracy, enacted on one of the sound stages of the nation's leading network, where, as you will also recall, you were busily transcribing the testimony of various witnesses on the Carol Stevens case. How you got him, they'll never know. But there he was, as big and legal-looking as ever, perjuring himself once more into one of your microphones.
I walked out of the Twins Dragon on Grant Avenue. As I remember it now, Biddle was across the street. He apparently recognized me, though.
Excuse me, will you, fellas?
What?
Oh. Hey, you idiots. You ruined it.
I'm sorry, Tracy.
Oh, we'll have to start it over again, Mr. Norgard.
Would you mind if I record a few remarks?
Spade, please understand my position. Biddle's confession has changed everything.
I know.
The killer is not at large.
Yeah.
24 hours we spent recording the show. Now it'll all have to be done over again.
Sorry.
These people at this house.
Listen, Tracy.
All right, Spade. What is it?
I'm only trying to help. Now, where's Biddle's confession?
On the machine there. We're going to dub it onto the main tape.
Good. Now, be a good lad and show me where you're starting to stop it, huh?
Right there.
Okay.
So, what is this, Spade?
This is going to interest you, Mr. Norgard. Now, let us turn to the tape, keeping our eyes on the spool as it slowly feeds Jimmy Biddle's last statement.
My name's Jimmy
the
Biddle.
amplifier.
The DA will remember me. We saw a lot of each other during the week after Carol Stevens hit the deck in her apartment 3 years ago. At just about this time of night. I fooled him then. I could probably go on fooling him, but I'm tired of it. I'm tired of living this way. So here it is. I knew Carol Stevens well. I was crazy about her, and I was jealous, too. That's why
There's a riddle for you, Norgard. He said the girl died, quote, at just about this time of night, unquote. But the clock struck 3 times. We know she died at 11. What happened to the other 8 chimes?
Spade, this is no time.
Be patient with me, Tracy. What about it, Norgard?
Well, how do I know? The man was crazy, maybe.
No. He wasn't crazy. Stupid, but not crazy. So we take this spool of tape off and put this one.
What's that?
This is the part that was cut out. Got it from the guy who did the splicing job for you, thinking it was a practical joke or something.
Sam, do you know what you're saying?
Yeah, but Biddle says it better. The last thing we heard was I was crazy about her, and I was jealous, too. That's why I killed her. Only he didn't say killed her. Just, that's why I...
Well, standing outside in the hallway of her apartment tonight, she died. I'd seen her leave the theater with a guy I recognized. And I followed him home to her place. Heard the argument, everything, but I had no idea he'd kill her until I heard her hit the floor. Door busted open then, and he came out looking like a crazy man. He didn't even see me. He just ran down the back stairs as fast as he could go. I went in and saw her lying on the floor, dead. I could have killed him then, but I thought of something better. He's good pay. The cash comes right on time. But I'm tired of living this way. So there's the story. The man who killed Carol Stevens.
Which is as far as Biddle got, since Norgard had grabbed a stand mic and slammed it into the recording machine. In the rhubarb which followed, he also slammed it into my face, which is why I carry the imprint of the nation's #1 network just below my right eye. So that's about the crop, Tracy. Norgard and Pinstripe now lie cheek by jowl in the jail hospital trying to think of an honest lawyer who'll defend them. While you, Tracy, with a 3rd round of interviews before you, are considering tossing out Carol Stevens and doing the shooting of Dan McGrew. Period. End of report.
Sam, how unfortunate.
Unfortunate?
You never got to explain about the clock. It was 4 hours back.
Why, sweetheart, that's self-explanatory. The clock said 4, you see?
Yes.
But it was 12. It'll have been dead an hour, which makes it 11. Carry 1. Subtracting 4 from that leaves 7.
7.
And assuming he'd been there an hour before that makes 6.
Sam, what relentless logic. Just like Ellery Queen.
Effie, on this program, we do not plug rival products. Now go and type that up while I figure this out. Scoot, scoot.
Yes.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's mystery and music every Saturday on NBC. For Mystery tomorrow, Herbert Marshall stars as the Man Called X. The Man Called X is a man without a name who travels the world over combating the forces of international espionage and intrigue. For music tomorrow, your hit parade brings you the top tunes in the land, played by Raymond Scott's orchestra and with vocals by Snooky Lanson and Eileen Wilson.
Thank you, dear one. I see by the furrows in your brow that you have not as yet solved the matter of the missing chimes.
Oh, why Norgard set the clock ahead when he shot Jimmy Biddle?
How to approach this? You realize Norgard cut a hunk out of the tape,
Yes.
removing Biddle's eyewitness account, setting him up as a suicide, right?
But Sam...
Don't make me change my grip here. Though Biddle, by his own statement, made the recording at the time of the murder of Carol Stevens, to wit, 11 o'clock. Now, in cutting out the crucial words, Norgard also had to cut out 8 chimes. This, he realized, would be noticed. So he set the clock ahead to make the number of chimes jibe. Chimes jibe. Chimes jibe. Nice ring.
Sam, will it be all right with you if I just say I understand when I really don't?
Sure, sweetheart.
I'll just type and answer the phone, and you use your feet and your head.
And together we'll end up...
I know, with... Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Enjoy the magnificent Montague, then Duffy's Tavern on NBC.